All right, YouTube Streets podcast, going straight into it. You already know what it is, man. New Age plug. You did it again. We got Ronnie Blue Eyes in the building. I got Pino Raw Talk, and I got DVS stuck in the system,
Yeah.
aka DVS does work. How you fellas feeling tonight?
I mean, this is potentially I'm just gonna come right out with it. This is her last ditch effort. Like the last, this is a
You're
habeas corpus. This is the last of the last.
Yeah, so this is the lawyers basically because you already know they have the other appeal in it's not really appeal, it's what is it, the other file that they put in, Pino?
So it's a motion of reconsideration. Motions don't even have to get heard, honestly. Not that motion. It doesn't even have to get heard. But they didn't wait, obviously. The judge we haven't heard back from the motion of reconsideration, meaning the federal courts decided either not to look at it or just haven't got to it. But they didn't decide to wait. They decided to file the petition of 28 under USC, man, the habeas corpus, meaning that there is a significant. So for those that don't know, habeas corpus. So most of our law is written. It comes from the Spaniard dialect. So habeas corpus is basically your last ditch effort. It's basically saying that your constitutional rights were violated, and that the Supreme Court needs to step in and reconsider this case. Now the outcomes is either they don't look at it at all, they deny the habeas corpus, they approve it and she gets a new trial, or they also have, the Supreme Court also has the power to discard the case, is what they call it. Basically throw the case out. But again, there has to be severe constitutional violations, and of course you guys, everybody who's been following this case knows exactly what they're going with. They're going with the fact that her counsel was ineffective and they didn't bring up the POTS, the POTS, and also that the juvenile system made error when transferring it over to the adult court. Shout out to Aussie Mac, new member. The juvenile made a error. The juvenile system basically made an error. They didn't transfer the paperwork over properly with the proper dates. So they're saying that 365-day deadline, they were within the deadline and they're violating their rights by mishandling the paperwork. Basically, it wasn't transferred from juvenile to adult in sufficient time with sufficient dates.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of similar what Bryan Kohberger's saying too, and we'll get to him later because there's a lot of new information that came out on Kohberger, and it's going to be part of this live tonight. The pro burgers are punching the air after the new evidence came in. This dude is so fucking guilty. He already admitted to the murder, but about to show these pro burgers that you guys are fucking idiots. Now, we are here tonight. We're going to be going into this. Mackenzie Shirilla, this is her last swing, her last chance of hope of actually, and I can't believe that, she's actually fighting this. I don't understand why she just doesn't take accountability and then move on and get out in 15 years. Like, start doing the process, but whatever, here we are. And
Well,
we're going to bring up the text. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm
No, you're
sorry.
good.
A lot of that, what you're talking about, plays into her parents, bro. Her parents are the ones that are pushing it, like calling the lawyer, getting the appeal lawyer, getting these motions filed. Her parents are the ones that are pushing behind the scenes, not her, really.
And you know what's crazy, Pino? They're actually doing more harm than good because of the fact that if they were just to let it, play its course, like with the court calendar and not pushing it, I think things would be a little bit better off and things would take a natural course. But since they're actually, just pounding away and calling and writing and harassing technically, they're gonna throw her shit to the side. They're gonna do as much as they can, but there's not gonna be any kind of extra pushing the paper or trying to get it seen. They're just gonna, here you go, and that's it. Habeas corpus
Oh,
is the last of the Mohegans.
It is. It's the last of the Mohegans, and I 100% agree. We even heard a lawyer. We reviewed a lawyer last time on the YouTube streets talking about the motion for reconsideration, and
Hmm.
even with the motion for reconsideration, it's something that the courts don't like. The Supreme Court does not like you to put in a motion of reconsideration because what you're telling them is we don't think you looked hard enough. Go ahead and take another look.
You wanna read some of this DBS and we'll switch off. We gotta break this down though and get through it. I wanna show the points and then the text messages that they're trying to say to Dom, threaten Mackenzie with these text messages. We're gonna show those too, but let's get into it. We're actually, tonight we told people that we want to go to text messages, but now that they're putting it in this, I feel like I'm gonna go on to the Strongsville website tonight. We're going to type in keywords. We're not going to go through all the messages, but I just typed in earlier, dude. I was just messing around and I typed in prostitute, right? Just for shits and gigs. And I couldn't believe this shit, dude. Dom knew that she was a prostitute and he fucking was calling her out. And he was actually about to tell Natalie, which we all know Natalie really knew about this shit. But it just shows that we could put some keywords on, and I'm going to bring this up after we go through this paperwork. But DBS, I don't know if you can read, or Pino, one of y'all read, and we'll get to it.
No, I got it. Excuse me for the fumbling. I got the mic close to my mouth.
You're good.
Pause. Uh, Procedural history of issues presented. The within case has presented post-conviction issues before the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas and the 8th District Court of Appeals, twice decided and once pending. The Ohio Supreme Court, once decided and once pending. These various appeals and applications are summarized in chronological order. Direct appeal to the 8th District Court of Appeals. Assessments of error. Insufficient evidence to establish probable cause for bind over of Mackenzie Shirilla to be prosecuted as an adult despite being under the age of 18 at the time of the alleged offense. Insufficient evidence to sustain convictions at trial. Convictions are against the manifest weight of the evidence. Improper admission of other facts, evidence at trial. Defense improperly precluded from introducing evidence to refute prosecution's other acts, evidence. Improper amendment of coroner's report without judicial review, and denial of confrontation when non-examining medical examiner testified about autopsies performed by other medical examiners.
All right. And honestly, their arguments are, a couple of these are just retarded, but keep going.
A conviction under RC 2903.02 requires proof that the defendant undertook actions within specific purpose of intentions of causing the death of another. The juvenile right to due process is violated when charges that are not supported by probable cause are bound over to the common pleas court. The state is not exempt from complying with procedures set forth in the Ohio RC 313.19. Failure to comply with the procedures set forth in RC 31.19 constitutes plain error. Petition for post-conviction relief filed in trial court case grounds. Trial counsel was ineffective in violation of the Sixth Amendment. One, insufficient investigation, including as a defendant's medical condition, and two, failure to introduce exculpatory evidence that refuted prosecution's other acts, evidence, and suggested that an illegal victim would have been steering the vehicle at time of collision. Let's read that again. Sorry.
So these people are basically saying that if you have pots, you can use that as an excuse to kill your boyfriend. That's what these people are saying. That's how ridiculous these people sound. Are you kidding me? If that was the case, you know how many more murders we would have out here? Come on, man. This is stupid. And they still haven't shown me one piece of evidence that she has pots. All you damn pro Mackenzie supporters, I haven't seen one piece of evidence that she actually went through the procedures and got diagnosed with pots. Show it.
She can't. There's no way that would be even possible because it wasn't even a real thing.
What about even having one episode while she's been incarcerated? I mean, she's been incarcerated since a week before her 18th birthday, right? So you would think that she would have an episode on the inside. She would fall out, getting up from the day room TV, or fall out, because from what I know, pots, when you stand up too fast or something like that, You
Kind of
you
throws your
you
equilibrium
yeah.
off.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
throws your equilibrium off. I don't know how to say that word, but it throws it off. And I mean, wouldn't you have an episode in the Department of Corrections out of all places? I mean,
Yeah.
dog, you're
Yeah.
under stress. Number one, that doesn't help. Number two, you constantly got to get up. You're getting told what to do. You got to get up when you don't feel like it. So, bitch, if it's child time, you better get your ass up and go get that child. You know what I mean? Even if you don't feel good. So
And
wouldn't you
let's
think she would have fell out one time? One time?
I think so too, and I think Velma made a great point. When you have the episodes, don't you just like kind of like I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but don't you like stop what you're doing? Like if you were pressing on the gas,
Yeah, she
wouldn't
wouldn't be
that
tensing up. That would be a
she?
seizure. She didn't remember. That's why they said in the hospital bed they didn't say anything about POTS in that language. They said seizure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Just tell them I had
remember?
a
Yeah,
seizure or
yeah,
something. They didn't say
yeah.
let me tell me I had the POTS or something.
That's
Come on,
right.
bro.
Because Potts is not going to hold any weight. The seizure definitely would have had some weight, held down to what it is that she was saying. If it was, you know, I don't know. But
Also, this is a major one. Failure to introduce
Hmm.
exculpatory evidence, evidence that was refuted prosecution, other acts, evidence, and suggested that an alleged victim would have been steering the vehicle at the time of collision.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow.
DBS even said, "Man, I got to read that one again."
yeah,
Wow.
I was baffled by that because what it said was, let's read it again, right? Just so people can grasp what's going on. Evidence that refuted prosecution's other acts, evidence, and suggested that an alleged victim would have been steering the vehicle at the time of collision.
Hmm.
Wow.
So you're telling me she's trying to go with the fact that, which really
Either
she's
Dom
trying
or
to fix
Davion was holding the wheel. Yes.
the
It
crash
sounds like
next
she's
door.
starting to remember, guys. It sounds like if she's talking to her lawyers, she's starting to remember because remember she can't remember anything that happened. So I don't understand this.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Uh, if you want, we can keep on going. The more I read, the more I get pissed off.
Go to B
Evidence
right here. Yeah. Go.
evidence that defendant had legitimate reason to be in isolated road in early morning because she was en route to pick up groceries that had been left for her by store owners in vicinity.
What?
What?
That's some
So,
bullshit.
so,
That's some
so this,
bullshit.
yeah, that's bullshit, and it proves that she's talking to these lawyers and coming up with like this is her trying to remember. She's a liar. Evidence that you're going to get groceries.
She was
What are you
sleeping in the
talking
car.
about?
Yeah, what is she talking about?
Where was this grocery? So first off, it says clearly pick up groceries that had been left for her by store owner in the vicinity, not to pick up groceries that she ordered, not to pick up groceries that she bought, to pick up groceries that a store owner left for her in the vicinity. And here's my question to all you Mackenzie supporters and Mackenzie fans: where the fuck was this store owner when the trial, when the bench trial was going on? Where the fuck was
Well,
the
not
store
only that,
owner when this case started?
not only that, the fact of weren't you sleeping and then you got up? So were you at a party? You party hard, you fell out, you got up, something happened, something took place to grab your attention, to grab Dom and Davion, right? You got in a car and you were going to the grocery store to pick up groceries. Come on,
This
bro.
might
Bro,
be in relevance. Let me put this in context because I think this might be where they're trying to say the previous time she's on the road. But this is the thing. They've already argued this. Her mom even went on Cuomo and argued this that she always took that route. So what?
Nah.
Now we're switching this up. This is something so stupid that they didn't even need to put in here.
So hold on. No. So let's read this again. Come back
Okay.
to two. Failure to introduce exculpatory evidence. Let's go with A.
culpatory.
Exculpatory evidence. Evidence that refuted prosecution's other acts, evidence, and suggested that the alleged victim would have been steering the vehicle at the time of collision. B. Evidence that defendant had legitimate reason to be on isolated road in early morning. This kind of goes against what you were just saying, Plug. I'm not trying to, but just listen to what it is saying. Because she was en route to pick up groceries that had been left out for her by store owner in vicinity. I don't know if they were looking for some sort of extra something, but the evidence that they're trying to say that she was going to a store, that even makes the case look worse
But
because
we have the
anybody.
text messages, DBS. There is not one text message about her picking up groceries that morning.
That's exactly what I'm saying. This is bullshit, and this is actually going to hurt
Okay.
her more than
This shit
anything.
is a last ditch effort made up. This is I'm gonna tell you what this is. This is Natalie Shrilla being friendly with somebody at your local grocery store and is like, you've been working here for the last 6 years? Girl, I've been working here for 10 years. Can you say that my daughter was on the way to pick this up? I mean, I have no doubt that they have somebody that's willing to say, hey, she was on the way here. I'm the store owner and she was gonna pick up groceries.
Well,
I have no doubt that she has somebody that's gonna say that. But
Of course.
where was this somebody when all this shit first went down? Where was
but
that somebody to pipe up?
let me ask you something. What does this make different? Like, I don't understand it. What's the relevance? Because either way, she's going somewhere in the morning. She's still committed the crime of murder. So I don't understand why this is even in there.
So they're
Like,
trying to say that it's not premeditated. They're trying to basically say this is a road she took every day. This is a common road. She uses this road all the time. As a matter of fact, she wasn't in no mood to kill. She was in a mood to go pick up groceries left to her by the store owner.
but
And
this
that's
is my
bullshit.
thing. You take the road away. I think a lot of people get fascinated about the road. Like, take the road away. Whatever she felt in that car, she would have committed on any road. She was gonna grunt it at any wall. I think that's another thing too.
I think that this is something that, for me, this is what I think. I think that she's seen this wall time and time again, and for whatever reason, anger or emotions has gotten the best of her, and for whatever reason, when she did realize, yo, I could use this wall as a tool, I think it never left her subconscious, and every time she, went around that wall or whatever, it was some sort of thought in her mind that went back to the first time that she thought she could do it. Because, listen, bro, it's just for her to take that same road all the time, right? And see those things on a regular basis. Over time, you're going to have horse blinders on. You're not really going to see anything. You're just going to be in motion and, just regular routine. But somewhere in the subconscious of what it is that she's been thinking or she's been upset about whenever prior, I think that this is a real tool that she was thinking about using. That wall was a tool, bro. And I think that
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
premeditated, and I think that this was thought out.
Yeah, so continue right here because now it's going into talking about the dismissal of post conviction relief petitions. Go ahead.
Appeal to the Eighth District, case number from dismissal of prosecution and relief petition, assessments of error. The trial court erred to, oh, sorry. The trial court erred in determining that the post conviction relief petition was ultimately untimely. Sorry, my mind. Hey,
You're good,
Pino,
bro. You're
Pino,
good.
pick this up for me. My
Even if untimely, the tardiness in filing the post conviction relief petition should be excused under principles of equitability, tolling, and or in the interest of justice. So that's going again with the other thing that she put in, like about how them being late. Like, I don't even know why
Yeah.
that's even in here. Like,
So
dude,
they're trying to say that that the juvenile system improperly handled the case, and when it was bound over to the adult system, the dates weren't right, and that she did have 365 days, and it wasn't the 366th day. And shout out to Court Lurker for the 2 jewels.
court
Um,
lurker.
but that's I mean, so essentially that's important also because that falls also into what it said before about the due process violation of a juvenile bound over to the adult system, right? So if they can prove, again, if they can prove, and if a judge decides to take this up and actually look at it, and they can prove
yeah,
that the case was there was a due process violation before it was even, while it was being bound over with the bench trial, whatever the due process violation was, the ineffective counsel, um this case can essentially start back at grade A at the juvenile system, because you got to understand, yes, we know Mackenzie is 20 something years old right now. The case was caught when she was 17, right? They bound her over. They're saying that there was a due process violation in the process of bounding her over. Now, if they can prove that, it goes all the way back to square one. I remember I told y'all there's only 3 outcomes when a Supreme Court picks it up and decides to look at it. It's 1, you're denied. 2, you're approved and we're going to give you a new trial. 3, this case is dismissed. Right?
So real quick,
hold on, let me finish real quick. I'm almost done. If it does go to a new trial process, it's going to start from ground zero. It's going to start back in the juvenile justice system. That's exactly where it's going to start at. It has to.
No, I agree 150%. Right now, if it was to go that way, there's going to be a lot more evidence that would be presented than it was in the original court case. There's going to be a lot of things that they didn't bring up, which I think was intentional for the appeal if it was to go that route. If it doesn't get denied fully, right, and it does get granted by the slim chance of whatever, I believe that it's just going to set the tone for her to be even, I don't know, more guilty than what she is now, because there's going to be a lot of evidence that's going to come out that didn't come out, and there's a lot of things that we don't know that the prosecution does know, right? And
oh yeah,
I believe, right, the way that this was orchestrated or presented, it was with the intention of tying up any loose ends for her to have an appeal. And if she did get granted appeal, it would just expose everything that they had that they didn't expose. Because in all actuality, bro, she's done either way.
Yeah.
I think that was the chess moves on the DA and whoever else was involved with this case. I believe that they played chess with this to a very, very accurate degree when it comes to having any kind of movement when it comes to this appeal, or even being, locked in for whatever it is that she was sentenced for.
I'm going to skip this part of it because we already read this. This is basically case currently pending in Ohio Supreme Court. So we already went over this. I'm going to skip this part. Let's get down to their other reasons. This is the habeas corpus right here. At approximately 5:30 a.m. on July 30th, 2022, Mackenzie Shirilla had been the driver of a vehicle that crashed into a building wall at more than 80. So now, look how they're wording this. First of all, they're saying the driver of a vehicle instead of saying a murderer, a driver of a vehicle that crashed into a building wall more than 80, which we know it was more than 90. Okay. Resulting in the death of her boyfriend, Dom Russo, and their mutual friend, Davion Flanagan. She was charged with murder and other related offenses. Because she was 17 at the time of the alleged offense, Ms. Shirilla first appeared at the Juvenile Detention Division of Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas, where following a bind-over hearing to determine if there was a probable cause to believe she committed the murders, she was bound over and indicted by the grand jury. Evidence at the trial indicated that the vehicle never braked in running into the building. Although there was evidence that the vehicle had turned slightly prior to impact, the prosecution pursued murder charges under the theory Shirilla, who had at times not gone along with DR, intended to kill him and quite possibly herself. Now, we have evidence on the table of past times where Mackenzie, and we had to bring this up with that chick that Pino brought up, Rose Gold. I told her, I was like, what do you mean she never threatened herself? This is 911 calls evidence that she told Daddy she was going to end her life. And then when Daddy found out, when Steve Shirilla found out that Mackenzie Shirilla did this, she went up to the cop and said, I know what she did. I know that she tried to kill him. She tried to kill. She wanted to kill herself. So we know she was suicidal. So that little thing needs to stop. We have the proof, the evidence that Mackenzie Shirilla, was suicidal. Stop the cat.
Her father even said it. Her father said it more than once.
Dude, Cuck Steve said it more than once. She's suicidal. And when you're suicidal, you're fucking homicidal. Yep. Okay, evidence was presented at trial of an altercation between Shirilla and DR that occurred on July 17, 2022. Now, let's get into this incident with them saying that Dom tried to crash the whip. 2 weeks prior to the crash, here and after July 17th incident, indicating that Shirilla had driven erratically, had been upset with Dom, and had threatened to crash the car with him in the future, the defense had evidence that the erratic driving was a result of Dom Russo having grabbed the wheel from Shirilla. This evidence is in form of text messages from Dom to Shirilla was never introduced by the defense. There was evidence that Shirilla suffered from. Okay, now she's going in the pot. See, that they go into fucking. This is the same thing they're doing. It's funny that you said Natalie earlier, Pino, because this is something Natalie would be telling the lawyer because they're all over the place. Which one is it? Which one is it? You can't be all of it, but they're trying to come with an argument. I get it, but let's start with the text message. Can we find this text message? Because I think it's this one. This is the one that she sent to Dom's mom. And she said, "Can you come get Dom? He just grabbed my steering wheel on the highway trying to spin out my car and hurt me. I'm scared to drive because it's raining, so I just need him to get picked up. If he doesn't get out of my car, I'm calling my dad, so please tell him to get out. Hinch it." And then the mom, Christine Russo says, "Hinch is on the way. Calm down for OW at least." I don't know what that means. Oh, please. She is a typo. She put please. "To be honest, I can't calm down when he just tried to end my life and then he lied to you about it." Now,
man, listen, bro, the steering wheel is not the fucking gas pedal. The bitch was going 90 fucking plus into a fucking brick wall. Again, the steering wheel is not the gas pedal. That car went straight to a brick wall. The steering wheel is not a gas pedal. If anything, that motherfucker, if RIP to Dom and Davion, but if Dom did touch the wheel, it was him trying to move out of the way of the goddamn wall.
and I think the most important thing about this, Pino, is everyone forgets about Davion. Okay, fine. They're in a toxic relationship. It was a passion of crime murder. What about Davion? She should get life for that by itself.
She should get life without parole. Life without parole. Because she got spared. That's what her family's not understanding. That's what her stupid ass is not understanding. You got a 15 to life sentence. You got spared. You could potentially get out in 15 years. I know motherfuckers that get vehicular manslaughter and get 15 years on that. You got 2 premeditated bodies. And you got 15 to life run concurrent with each other. Get the fuck out of here. You got spared. You got spared. There's no way around it, bro. I know motherfuckers, bro. I told y'all a story the other day about a motherfucker that I knew who had a prescription to Xanax, dog. Prescribed that shit. He got on the road, and after work one day, he was a little fuzzy from the Xanny. He hit somebody. They died, bro. They gave his ass manslaughter while intoxicated or something, driving while intoxicated and vehicular manslaughter or something like that. They whacked his ass. They gave his ass a fucking 15-year bid.
That was the dude that you chased down?
No.
What did that guy end up getting?
That guy didn't get nothing but leaving the scene of an accident. They didn't even breathalyze his ass, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. They didn't even breathalyze him or anything. Leaving the scene of an accident. Fuck my whole shit up. I'm talking about fuck my whole night up too. We had tequila and tacos ready at the house. Fuck the whole night up.
All right, I got these messages brought up too. Let me switch screens just for a second. We'll come back to this. I just want to. We're gonna go through these messages. I'm tired of this crap, man. Let me pull this one down. Let me 1 second here. Oh, I gotta stop this screen. Crap. All right. But yeah, dude, like we're about to go through these messages. The first keyword I'm putting in is crash. I'm going to put crash it. We're not going to go by 4 years ago and go through the messages like that because that's how stuff gets lost. Let's go through it like keywords. Let's see.
Keywords.
Down.
Love me some tacos. Yeah, I do love me some tacos. That's what messed the night up. You know, tacos and tequila, bro. Carolyn Cooper and Mallory said your Cash App is wrong on your banner. Just FYI. And I appreciate that, everybody in the chat.
Oh, really? My bad.
Yeah.
Take that banner down. Just take it down.
But even all this takes from the fact this shit was intentional, bro. It was intentional. She took 2 lives intentionally. It is what it is. She did what she did, bro. All this is her. Y'all have to understand. Yeah, we're reading it off the paperwork, but this is her last grasp at freedom. This is her last grasp at getting back into the court. Appreciate that, Gina girl. And it's just the last grasp, bro. It's the final of the final. Your habeas corpus is the last thing you should file. So like, for instance, I've done time, right? 2 different bids over 10 years. And I've sat next to people, I've communicated with people who had life sentences, killers, people who are never going home. And they will tell you that they be scared to file the habeas corpus because they know that DBS know what I'm talking about too, bro. This habeas corpus is your last fucking shot. If the court says no to this, bro, you're done. You're cooked. You ran every fucking process there was.
Yeah, the light out of the end of the tunnel is gone. Everything is shut down, and literally, like, once you do this, you've exhausted all resources for any kind of freedom, because once they put the stamp on that, you cannot come back under any grounds or circumstances for whatever reason. You're doing the time, and that's what you're doing, and it's over.
Ali, that looked hella cool on the screen. Ali sent a loot box. It looked hella cool. I was looking down at the phone, and it was like,
thank you for all the stuff, guys. Yeah, I haven't even looked, man. I appreciate everybody. I'm trying to get these messages. I'm working on it. I think I got it. Just give me 1 second.
No, you're good. You're good. Man, it's a last ditch effort. Like I said, I've been sitting talking to lifers, bro. People who are doing life sentences, and they'll tell you, like, the habeas corpus is my last ditch. People usually don't file this habeas corpus till like 10 years in, 10, 15 years in, by the way.
Yeah. They kind of let the court forget about everything. Yeah. It's not fresh, and then they look at it with a new set of eyes, in a sense.
They try to wait till all the courts turn over a couple times. 100%. Shout out to Gina girl, clutch, silver star. What you got here? The text messages? You're gonna have to zoom in just a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the search bar. I had it on the Microsoft tab, but I had to switch tabs to get it to show up on here. Just give me a second. Let me look through these. Try to find the search bar on this screen, which it's gonna save us a bunch of time.
Back to what we were saying about her, being suicidal, homicidal, like, it's treated the same. It's the same thing. Just like you said, Plug, it's treated the same. When you go to jail and they ask your ass, are you homicidal? And you say, yeah, bitch, you're going in the turtle suit. You ain't gotta want to off yourself. If you want to unalive somebody else, you're going in a turtle suit.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, especially if you're like, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself and kill everybody else type shit. Yeah. They're like, whoa. You gotta get up in that suit, and we're gonna have an observation for about 30 days. And then all that fly guy, yo, I don't want to be here no more, that shit goes out the window, and you're like, yo, when can I go to housing unit and get some clothes?
Man, they're gonna put that pressure. Yeah, it's gonna get a loaf for fucking a week straight. Yeah, y'all don't know what a loaf is? Here, I'm gonna describe to you what a loaf is. And if you don't believe me, just Google the shit. It's called a prison loaf. LOF, right? And it's all the food from that day, from the chow hall, the breakfast, the lunch, and the dinner. It's all the scraps, and it's mushed together,
literally baked into a dough,
into like dough and a brown, and it's baked into a brown brick like this. It looks like a brown little brick loaf, bro.
I've gotten a brick loaf, and I've gotten the fruit cups, the pineapples and the cherries and all that. It was almost like a fruit bread, but it had everything in it. It was everything in there. It tasted like almost like a fruit bread. It was disgusting.
Disgusting. I knew somebody when I was in the county jail who would he was a trustee when I was in the county jail, and he would buy the loaf. He would buy the loaf off of the mental health patients who were on the loaf. He would, sneak them a soup or whatever for their loaf, right? And I asked him, like, bro, that's disgusting. He was like, this is the only way to get. And the cracker was big. He was a big white boy, and he was like, this is the only way I'm gonna keep my weight in here. And he would eat the loaves, bro. He would mix them with, like, put a mustard and a jelly together, make some homemade prison honey mustard, and then dip it in there and shit.
And not for nothing, that honey mustard jail recipe, which you just said, with the jelly and the mustard, with some hot dogs, bro. I know you've had that. I mean, it's almost smacking like listen, man. I'd make that now and eat it. You know?
Yeah.
All right, let's
Keyboard.
continue. Let's continue
go.
with this while I'm trying to figure this out, bro. Because look, it ain't letting me search inside the text messages on this app, so I'm at the switch application. So just continue reading. I'll be right back.
Hey, Pino, if you want to grab that up, I mean, I'll
I
be
got
waiting
you.
for you, bro. Well, let me
I
know.
got you. There was evidence that Shirilla suffered from postural orthostatic tachycardia
Bots.
syndrome, POTS, in a medical condition that could have resulted in her losing consciousness while driving. The defense presented to no expert testimony in this regard at trial. An issue the case was why Shirilla would have been in the crash location, particularly at such an early morning hour. The prosecution theorized that the location was intended to be private in order for Shirilla to crash the vehicle without immediate attention, but the defense had evidence that the local grocer had left a package of produce for Shirilla at a 24-hour go figure 24-hour pickup spot at a store located in the vicinity of the crash scene. This would have provided the Benning explanation for why Shirilla was driving in this particular area in that morning. The evidence was not presented by the defendant, even though the grocer testified about other matters. So hold on. Even though the grocer testified about other matters, why the fuck didn't the grocer testify about this matter?
That is crazy. I never heard this before about about her going to the grocery
back
store.
back to what I was saying. Where was the grocer when the trial first started happening? Not the trial, but the bench trial first started happening. Where was this grocer at? Where was he at? Why didn't he pipe up then? Why all of a sudden now the grocer testified about other matters? So what you're really saying is, yo, somebody who testified in our behalf, in this case, by the way, they had a we have to look into that. We have to look into the witnesses because they're saying testified about other matters. So the person that they're saying is the grocer that has the 24-hour stop that left the groceries has already testified about other matters in this case. Bing!
Dude, so crazy, bro.
Another issue in the case centered around the amendment to the coroner's report that changed the matter of deaths from accidental to homicide. This amendment, made by the medical examiner office at the request of the police further inquiry, did not follow Ohio's statutory requirements, which would have precluded such an amendment without judicial intervention. At trial, the medical examiners that performed the autopsies did not testify. Rather, without objection, the deputy county medical examiner, who was responsible for the amendments, testified about autopsies he did not perform. Interesting.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I don't think it really matters, but whatever. What is an autopsy going to do to prove that Mackenzie Shirilla didn't do it? Nothing. I had the I seen the unredacted body cam. I know where Dom was and I know where Davion was. There was no way their foot was on that pedal. There's no way. They
No.
might have tried to grab the wheel to prevent the crash, but there's no even that where Dom was at, there's really no way he was even doing that.
Impossible. That's why
Impossible.
that's why I said you're bringing up a text message where, and this is back to that text message where you're saying that Dom tried to grab the wheel while you were on the highway and spin the car out. All right. And you're trying to make it, Mackenzie's defense is trying to make it relevant to the crash, which there's no relevancy because, bitch, you went in a straight line at over 90 fucking miles an hour into a brick wall. You kind of slightly turned at the last second, but nobody controlled your foot on that pedal. Nobody. Even if somebody were to grab the wheel, which didn't happen because we would have seen it, we would have seen the swerve, we would have seen the turn, we would have seen some type of movement from the wheel. No, instead, we seen you flush it into a brick wall. That's what we seen. That's what the black box says. That's what the video shows. That's what everything, you get what I'm saying? Everything adds up to. But again, this is their last ditch effort. This is their last shot. This is all or nothing. Mackenzie, if we don't get this, we're doing 15 or 20 years until they parole us. That's what this is.
Now that Rose Gold lady had the nerve to say black box gets information wrong. That
No,
has never
black box.
happened.
We've had a mechanic. We pulled Cyro on. Cyro is my mechanic, and Cyro will tell you black boxes are extremely accurate to the T. They are accurate. This is a computer system. This is not a fucking a human making a malfunction. This is an extremely accurate computer setup just for this car. It can tell if you swerve. It can tell if you brake. It can tell if the seatbelt is on. It can tell if you accelerate. If you de-accelerate. However you say that fucking shit. But it can tell every single thing, bro. It's amazing what a black box can do. So it says Miss Shirilla was denied due process of law in violation of the 14th Amendment when the insufficient evidence to establish probable cause to bind over her case to adult court. The ground for relief has been fully preserved and exhausted. Long ago, the Supreme Court established that the due process clause does require application during the adjudicatory, hearing of the essential of due process and fair treatment. In Rewinship 397 U.S. 358, 359, 1970, there was insufficient evidence of probable cause to believe that Ms. Shirilla acted purposely or knowingly, which would be required to bind over the murder and felonious assault charges. Moreover, excessive speed, particularly at the time and place when it was unlikely that there would be other vehicles or pedestrians, is not sufficient under Ohio law to constitute recklessness, thus eliminating probable cause to believe the offenses of aggravated vehicular homicide. So what they're saying right here, I'm just going to break it down in layman's term. They're saying that when the case was bound over from the juvenile to the adult system, they had a grand jury hearing, right? They had this big grand jury hearing. And at this grand jury hearing, they decided to review the evidence that they have and decide whether or not this was an accident or this was felonious murder, right? The grand jury decided that this was felonious murder and not an accident. They're saying that the grand jury decided wrong. They need to look at the facts of the case again, is what they're saying. They need to look at the facts of the case again. This was not aggravated. This was accident, basically. And her being bound over from the juvenile to the adult system was a mistake because it all started from the grand jury where they bound her over at 17 to the adult system. Did I say that right? Did I word that right? Do you understand? You catch my drift? So they're basically trying to start back at square one, bro. They're trying to get back at square one, juvenile court. And yes, I know Mackenzie's 20 something years old right now. If she does, God forbid, if she does land herself back in court, she would start at ground zero because the case was committed technically when she was a juvenile, right? So it's going to start at ground zero, and then they're going to have to decide at ground zero again whether it was aggravated or whether it was an accident. Boom.
Killed it. All right, pull it back up. I'm still trying to figure out the text message, bro. I'm coming back to it though. Trust me.
No, you're good.
This is the ground of relief. So we're going back on the grounds for relief. First ground. I think we could I don't know if we want to skip through this, but I don't know. Just skim through it. We'll see if it's important. Did we already get through this part? Do we need to go down?
We're on the second ground for relief. So it says Mackenzie Shirilla was denied due process of law violation 14th Amendment when insufficient evidence to sustain a conviction at trial. This ground for relief has been fully preserved and exhausted for the same reasons that there was insufficient evidence to justify the bind over. And mind you guys, when they say bind over, they're talking about the fact that she was 17 and bound over to the adult system at 17. To justify the bind over, there was also insufficient evidence to sustain convictions for the offenses of murder, felonious assault, or aggravated vehicular homicide. See generally Jackson versus Virginia. No person should be deprived of their life under the forms of law unless the jurors who try them are able upon their consciousness to say that the evidence before them is sufficient to show beyond reasonable doubt. Well, you lost that. You lost it. Bro, whoever filed this is stupid because you lost that decision when she decided to go for a bench trial. You lost the jury when you decided to go for a bench trial. Hello.
I know. I think, it's just kind of like how Bryan Kohberger, they want to get in front of a jury now. They want to try to see their options of if a jury would find them innocent. And honestly, their cases are so big. It's like you fucked that up. Like you should have never went with a bench trial. You should have went with a jury trial from the get-go. Your
Yeah.
chances are your percentage of getting not guilty is going smaller and smaller. The more look at all the evidence that's came out. Like they're talking about one text message. Well, what about the other 90 of her threatening her life and threatening his? Like there's fucking so many toxic
Videos.
texts
Bro, there's
in the
video
video. They were imagine the jury seeing that video that Dom recorded of Mackenzie trying to break in the house and do whatever to
threatening.
him.
She
Yeah.
she made at least like 10 threats during that one call.
Oh, for
You
sure.
know what I mean?
This is
So
the
Miss
third ground.
Shirilla, this is the third ground. Miss Shirilla was denied due process of law in violation of the 14th Amendment when Ohio failed to follow its own laws and improperly amended the coroner's report. This ground for relief has been fully preserved and exhausted. When a state opts to act in a field where its action is significantly directionary elements, it must nonetheless act in accord with the dictates of the Constitution and in particular in accord with due process clause. Evans versus Lucy. So whenever you see like Evans versus Lucy or something versus Williams, it's they're referring to past cases. That's how they get cases back into the court. They refer to past cases which have already went back to court. So they're basically saying this case went back to court for this reason and it relates to our case. So we want to go back to court, and that's what we're citing is Evans versus Lucy. Under Ohio law, the coroner's determination of the manner of death is presumptively correct and would have been valuable evidence for the defense at trial. Ohio has not only established this substantive legal significance to the determination of the manner of death to ensure that the coroner's report maintains its integrity. Ohio's revised code section 31319 requires that the coroner's finding in this regard remain undisturbed absent judicial intervention. Yet here, the Cuyahoga, I still can't say that fucking county, medical examiner office amended the report at police suggestion and without following the statutory requirements. In that, Ohio has established substantive and procedural guarantees and procedures attendant to the holy
Validity.
shit, validity, bro. They're using some fucking ballpark words, ain't they? Validity
She's got
of
another. She has to have a new lawyer, I think, or Chat
yeah.
GPT or something. Go ahead.
To the validity of the coroner's report. Ms. Shirilla was denied 14th Amendment due process when the reports were amended in the manner that took place in the instant case. All right, DVS, you're going to have to take over on fourth ground. I need a drink of water.
He might not be here. Ms. Shirilla was denied due process of law in violation of the 14th Amendment when the trial court dismissed the petition for post-conviction relief on the erroneous basis that the petition was untimely filed. The ground for relief has been fully preserved and exhausted because Ohio's post-conviction relief process is necessary to ensure criminal defendants with meaningful review of wrongful convictions. 14th Amendment due to process is violated when courts incorrectly interpret ORC 2953.21. Here, the definition of trial transcript includes the transcription of all proceedings leading to the trial that are necessary for the ensuring direct appeal. Had the trial court and the 8th District interpreted the trial transcript correctly, the petition for post-conviction relief which alleged the demonstrated effective assistance of trial counsel in the violation of the 6th Amendment would have been heard on its merits. Because trial transcript was not interpreted correctly, Ms. Shirilla has been denied due process under the 14th Amendment.
It says when a state opts to act in a field where his action has significant directionary elements, it must nonetheless act in accord with the dictates of the Constitution. I read this already. So this is basically going on to her lawyer, the ineffective assistant of counsel, which again, this is ineffective assistance of counsel is the number one choice to go to when it comes to an appeal. Why? Because if you can prove your counsel was ineffective, then you can prove a constitutional violation because your counsel has to be effective in order for you to have a fair trial, right? So they're saying her counsel was ineffective. He was not doing what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to do this, that, the third, the other, and he didn't do none of that shit. Instead, he just threw her to the wolves and was like, here, go. And that's basically what they're saying. It was a violation of her due process.
Yeah, so the fifth ground for relief, Ms. Shirilla was denied her Sixth Amendment right to confrontation when the state failed to present the witness is who provided evidence against her. The state presented the testimony of Dr. Joseph Fellow to testify that the autopsies performed by other medical examiners, although these autopsies were performed by two other medical examiners, the state did not present those witnesses, and Ms. Shirilla was unable to confront them. This violated Ms. Shirilla's Sixth Amendment right to confrontation. I mean, come on, bro. What is this? What is this?
This is the
How
Hail
is this
Mary.
relevant? How
This
is
is the
this relevance?
Bro, this is the Hail Mary, dog. You gotta understand. When it comes to the Hail Mary, they pulling everything they can out the playbook. Bro, I told you, dog, I've been in prison with lifers who
Mm-hmm.
are scared to file this because they know that this is their last chance. They are
Yeah.
scared. They will file bro. Bro. You usually don't see people file habeas corpuses until like 10 years into their bid because they've already exhausted all their other appeals through state, through, you know what I mean? They've already exhausted everything. So now it's their last chance. This is your last fucking chance. Shout out to Irony Returns for the 30 jewels and shout out to Jamie Williams for the Flow State. We is the Flow State, Florida, baby.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Salute to y'all, man. Hey, and so again, you said that it's usually lifers do it 10 years in. Well, remember, she's only got 15, so of course she's going to do it now. Pino, she's they
yeah.
don't even want her there that long because honestly, with her dad's health, Cuck Steve, he's not going to make it. He's going to pass away before she gets out, allegedly.
But
What up,
what
Blue?
allegedly,
What it
but
do? What
what
do? What up, crap?
What up? What up?
Corrupt,
Hey,
Oh,
Yard,
corrupt, Sue, corrupt.
just want to jump up here real quick, man. Y'all are killing it, bro. Y'all keep going, doing what you're doing. You already know.
Yeah.
yes,
Um,
sir.
I just got home, man. My oldest daughter, she just had a whole surgery the other day. She rushed out of her room, come mess with dad. So, just want to say, big salutes. If y'all stay moving, man, I'll be back shortly. But
Hey,
hey,
corrupt, come
fatherhood
back in an
calls, though.
hour because I'm going to be going deeper on Brian. We're going to be reacting to Brian Kohberger in about an hour. All right,
I
brother.
most definitely will if I can, bro, for sure.
All right, brother. I'll see you in a little bit, man.
All
Amber
right,
Nola
man. Much
says,
respect. Yeah, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat too. Great respect.
yes, sir.
Salute.
Let's bring the
Amber
chat.
Amber Nola says, "Do you think she knows this is her final chance?" I would hope she knows. I would hope she knows what a habeas corpus is. Um, I mean, unless she's, I mean, there is a possibility that she doesn't know, and she's just letting mommy and daddy do everything. But somebody knows. Mommy and daddy know. Whoever's dealing with the lawyer knows, because the lawyer told them this is the last time we'll be speaking on this case. This is the last time because what's going to happen is, again, I told you there's only three outcomes from this: denied, new trial, case dismissed. That's the only three outcomes of a habeas corpus. There's only three: denied, approved, and you get a new trial, or the case was so just drastically fucked that the case is dismissed.
Wow. I didn't know they could do that. They could dismiss the whole case.
Supreme Court holds trump over everything. And when I say Trump, I'm talking about like the Trump card. They hold the highest. So Supreme Court is the highest. This is the highest you're gonna go. They've already passed the state court level. So yes, Supreme Court. If Supreme Court takes your case and is like, there's a due process violation, constitutional violation, throw it out. That bitch is gone. That's the highest courts that threw your case out, bro.
I'm having a hard time understanding what they're talking about with these autopsies.
So they're saying that the coroner correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but from what I read, they're saying that the coroner that testified at the bench trial or wherever he testified at was not the actual coroner that inspected the victims' bodies.
Okay.
It was just a coroner that was appointed by the state.
All right, sixth ground for relief. Ms. Shirilla was denied her Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of trial counsel. The effective assistance of counsel is guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment, Strickland versus Washington. It may be argued that the grounds 6.A through 6.C could have been raised on direct appeal and were not. If so, then these grounds may still be considered by this court because cause and prejudice is established by the effective assistance of trial and appellate counsel. The due process clause provides a remedy to address claims and effective assistance of counsel during a first appeal of right. In the sixth court circuit, the two-prong test from Strickland Withered Deer is oh man. Oh, now we're getting some hard words. Performance of prejudice applies to claims
Deficient.
Deficient. Oh, deficient. Okay. A delayed application to reopen the direct appeal to consider the issues presented in ground 6.0, 6.8 through 6.C is pending in the so that's the one that's still pending. Okay, again, she's technically she's swinging. This is the Hail Mary, but she's got a little short pass that they're trying to get through too over there. They got a little, you know what I mean, a little flea flicker dump that they're trying to get through.
Yeah, Lisa said she never heard about the autopsies, and that's probably because they were probably never released to the public. You have to understand their autopsies of the victim, and that I think that is up to the family's disclosure, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it might be open to the public. I'd never seen the autopsies either, but they're referring to it in here. They're basically saying that the whoever it was that was involved in the trial, the coroner for the trial was not the coroner that reviewed the bodies.
I seen the actual unredacted body cam, and I honestly think
too.
we need to and honestly, when it comes to seeing Dom, it was horrible. Like it's just horrible. I don't even want to talk about it. All right, where are we at right here? I think we went through this. These grounds were considered by the court. Effective okay, so it also may be argued that the ground 6C through 6D, particularly ground 6D and 6E, should have been raised via a timely filed petition for post-conviction relief and were not. If so, then these grounds may still be considered by this court because cause and prejudice is established by ineffective assistance of trial and post-conviction counsel. Shirilla's post-conviction attorneys were ineffective because they failed to meet the 365-day filing deadline for post-conviction relief petitions. Her state post-conviction counsel failed to present meritorious issues regarding the ineffective assistance she received from trial counsel and failed to represent her according to prevailing professional norms. I might have to go get a lawyer. I might have to get a lawyer on this part, bro. I might have to go get Florida defense. We might have to get Mr. Braun, bro. We might have to get Mr. Braun, dude.
Might have to call him. All right. Trial counsel was ineffective for failing to object to Dr. Fellow's testimony on confrontation and state hearsay ground. As discussed in ground
real quick, Pino. I've never seen that where in the I don't know, but is this normal where they're talking about if someone should have tested what they said in trial, like state hearsay grounds, like grounds of like, are they allowed to do that?
Yeah, so this is their last ditch, bro. They're gonna put everything and anything, even if it's not relevant. Even if it's not relevant, they're gonna put it. Because you have to understand what they're doing is they're throwing everything in a sack right here. They're throwing this is what Mackenzie, for those that don't know, this is what Mackenzie's team, her legal team, is doing. They're throwing everything in a sack. Everything they got, every single thing they got, whether it's relevant or irrelevant, they're throwing it all in a sack, and they're trying to relate it all towards due process and constitutional violations, right? But they're going to they're going to cram it all in here, and they're going to throw it in front of the judge and the Supreme Court judge, and they're going to be like, pick one out of the batch. That's what they're hoping, basically. Just pick one, because all it takes is one ground of a constitutional violation for the judge to say this was a violation. You have to understand, the Constitution is serious. The Constitution is about as serious it gets. Is if you violate, and I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that if they are able to prove or persuade a judge that there was a constitutional violation, then we fall back on the other two options: a new trial or a discarded case. If they feel like there's no constitutional violation, then everything that just got thrown in the sack just got tossed right back at them. Bitch, take this back. Do your time.
I only see, we see these a lot, where the only time I ever seen someone get some reverse is if the police illegally went into something. Like even with Kohberger with the whole DNA thing, it's like he almost has a better shot of getting something done by the way that they handled getting his DNA. Like with her, there's nothing there where they violated something to convict her. Like it's all just plain evidence that was presented. Go
I'm
ahead.
just going to say this. The best shot they have is the ineffective assistance of counsel. That's the best shot they have. That's usually everybody's go-to. It's just the best shot they have, bro. It's everybody's go-to when you do a habeas corpus. It's the go-to thing. It's the easiest way to show that there was a constitutional violation, whether there was or not. If they can prove ineffective assistance of counsel or error of counsel somewhere down the line, then that's what they're trying to do. That's the ballpark. And somebody said that Natalie was racist. Old Natty Ice. They said Natty Ice was racist and she didn't like Davion. I wonder how she feels about Mackenzie's new girlfriends.
Oh yeah, dude. They say that Mackenzie Shirilla only makes black fifis. Anyways, back to this.
Yeah.
Next. I think we're right. How far are we down? Did we get down here?
Yes. Moreover, because the coroner has law enforcement authority under Ohio law, and particularly in the instant case, because the coroner's report has been amended by fellow pursuant, and by the way, fellow is the coroner, fellow pursuant to police request, the report and all related death records where law enforcement records in this instance under Ohio evidentiary rule 803.8, testimony by prosecution witness would be inadmissible hearsay. Effective counsel would have excluded Fellow's testimony on this basis as well. Failure to do so is a violation of the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. So boom, this is important. They're saying that Mackenzie's counsel allowed the state to bring a coroner up and testify who did not examine the bodies, and that any normal counsel would have said, fuck no, he didn't, he's not the one that looked at the bodies. Why is he testifying? It's just hearsay from there. And that's what they're saying. They're saying he testified off of hearsay.
I get that. I just don't understand how this would change an outcome or show that she's innocent. Like it's just like something that, and how does this affect her constitution? Right when what makes it different with the I don't understand it. It's like I know that they're shooting. I know that they got everything in their everything in the basket.
They're shooting, bro. They
They're
loaded
shooting.
they loaded the clip, and they're gonna empty it, and they're gonna see if a bullet lands. That's basically what they're doing. They're taking the clip, they loaded it, they fully loaded that bitch, all 30 in that bitch, and they in the air, every direction, and they're hoping one lands. They're hoping one of them bitches land. That's all it takes is one.
So them not showing them. Okay, so them not showing Dom Russo's text about being an instigator of the July 17th incident. That's a Constitution violation.
It's so there that's playing into the ineffective assistance of counsel again. Like I said, this
Damn.
is the number one go-to is ineffective assistance of counsel. So that's where you see a lot of this writing here, this reason here, this reason here is because they're all pointing towards ineffective assistance of counsel. They're basically saying the lawyer should have challenged that with this text message. They're saying that the lawyer did not include this text message in the defense evidence vault, basically. So there's an evidence vault, and everything's shared between the state and the defendant, right? So anything that the state has, the defendant has to have. Anything the defendant has to have, the state has to have. It's called the discovery. It's called all the facts of the case, right? And they're saying that the lawyer that she had refused to submit this text message into evidence on her behalf. And that is a due process violation because it shows negligence. I still can't say that word. Negligence of counsel, basically ineffective assistance of counsel.
Bro, this is going into more on the produce thing. I don't know why this is a major point. She was in the so I get the
So
premeditation, but
again at the bottom, you see where it says counsel's failure to raise this issue during the examination of Grolu constituted ineffective assistance in violation of the Sixth Amendment. Again, they're pointing towards ineffective assistance. They're saying the fact that her lawyer didn't have this person come up. I'm sorry, I got the tech deck in my hand, y'all.
you're good.
They're saying the fact that her lawyer didn't have this grocery store person who had produce waiting on her come up and testify in her behalf was ineffective on his behalf. He should have had this person up there front and center testifying, saying, this is where she was headed. This is what I left for her. We know it's a made up story, but that's what they're saying.
This is crazy. As mentioned in the background above, trial counsel was privy to the information from witness Allison Grolu, a local grocer whose store was near the crash scene. Is it Growley? Is that Growley testified at what's that?
I was gonna say Grolu.
Grolu testified at the trial regarding having known Shirilla and Dom and provided testimony regarding their relationship stability, but more important testimony from Grolu that she had left produce for Shirilla to pick up from a storage area of the store was left unasked by trial counsel. I just don't see the relevance in this. This would have explained what was otherwise suspicious, that there was no reason for Shirilla to have been in the vicinity of the crash on the morning. Okay. But they always said that. Look, even Steve has said this. That dude, it's all coming to my head. Steve has said this before. He's like, they always took that road. That's the way that they get to Dom's house. That's the way that they would go.
He did say that. He said it was a well-used road by them.
Because Dom didn't want to get pulled over by cop. That's what you said, Steve. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna eat these dude. I'm gonna eat these people up.
He did say that. He absolutely said that. As a matter of fact, he said that, and directly after he said that, he accused Dom of being this big-time drug dealer or whatever. Yeah. He did 100% say that. He said this was a road that they used all the time.
If Dom was a drug dealer, Mackenzie was a prostitute.
Ooh.
So
facts.
All right, trial counsel was ineffective for failing to fully investigate Ms. Shirilla's medical condition and present evidence in this regard. Trial counsel failed to adequately investigate Ms. Shirilla's POTS affliction and its potential effect on her driving, as set forth in her dismissed post-conviction relief petition. Ms. Shirilla had made trial counsel aware of this condition and provided counsel with medical records demonstrating that she suffered from POTS. Wow. Yet counsel failed to provide expert testimony in this regard, which undermines confidence in the convictions in the instant case. Moreover, trial counsel did not offer the medical records provided to him. Again, counsel was ineffective in violation of the Sixth Amendment. As we're reading so far, DVS and Pino, Ronnie, y'all think that the counsel was ineffective?
I think that the council did the bare minimum because that's
Yeah.
all he could do with the evidence that was either
Was
presented
presented. Yeah.
or the evidence that even wasn't presented, that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put together, that if they wanted to go that route, it would even make him look even worse than what it is. It's a case that you really can't fight because everything behind the scenes, when you have all these, I guess, what would you call this, premeditated sort of mindset? What can you
Yeah.
really do, right? Like what do I have to go off of? What can you give me to fight for you? There's nothing there. It looks all bad on Mackenzie's case because, like I said, behind closed doors, there's a lot of things that were not said or mentioned that would make her look even worse than what she is right now.
Oh,
Bro, if they
especially.
want to, real quick,
ahead.
if they want to bring up messages, that's fine. But if they do a trial, if they do a retrial with jury, the jury's gonna see all those text messages. So they're gonna see how much times that she threatened him and how many times that he tried to leave her. Like he literally broke up with her so many times. Like he tried to leave her, she kept coming back. So they're gonna see all of that.
Oh yeah,
And
they're gonna, and you have to understand all the true crime heads like us who've been on YouTube pulling up stuff that was never mentioned at trial, that was never at the bench trial, that was never mentioned for the state's back. Bro, there is overwhelming evidence that Mackenzie was off her fucking rocker. There's overwhelming evidence that Mackenzie sped into this wall without breaking.
yeah, the intent is there. It's just you have to read between the lines, and they have a lot more evidence that obviously wasn't presented to everybody else. But once you put those pieces on the table and you put them together, you're like, holy shit, this bitch
Yeah.
fucking had a really bad intention, and she's really trying to play this thing. And I think that they didn't really want to make this into like a true crime kind of thing, because if they really would have went into like everything, bro, this would be like a bestseller, bro.
Yeah. 100%. And then you gotta think there's gonna be a lot of witness tests. I don't think she's gonna get a new trial. I think this is a bunch of bullshit they're throwing at the Supreme Court and hoping that the Supreme Court says, yeah, you had ineffective assistance of counsel. But in that case that they do say, oh, you did have ineffective assistance of counsel, Mackenzie, here's a new trial. There are gonna be a lot of witness testimonies. There are going to be people called up by the state who have witnessed Mackenzie and Dom arguing and maybe witnessed a threat by Mackenzie. There are going to be so many. It's going to be crazy. It'll be crazy.
This is my
for
thing.
sure.
Yo, Pino, this is what don't make sense. If if they get a retrial, right? Now you just gave it. Now this is gonna get presented to the world again. The jury probably already seen you. They're gonna have a tough time, and people lie. Jurors lied to say that they don't know the case, and we all know that don't. You know what I mean? But you're taking the chance now. What she's still gonna get. So you still would get charged with something.
So
Aggravated you know what I mean?
it's gonna go back to, again, it's gonna go back to square one.
But
God
then all that
forbid she
evidence.
does. Yeah, so look, hold on. God forbid she does get a new trial, right? God forbid she does get a new trial. If she does, it's going back to square one before the grand jury and everything. You have to understand. Remember when Mackenzie was 17? It was a week before her 18th birthday or whatever, whenever she caught this charge.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But what happened is she was still a juvenile. She was not charged with felonious murder yet. It went to a grand jury. The grand jury reviewed the evidence and said this is aggravated, not accidental. Then they bound her from the juvenile to the adult system. So what's going to happen is if this goes back, it's going to go all the way back to square one. She's still a juvenile. She's still considered a
And I
juvenile.
just want to say something real quick, right? Because I want to piggyback of what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
The intent, right? The fact that they would have kept her as a juvenile, which would have been a YO or a JO, right? A youthful offender or a juvenile offender, and it would
Mhm.
have been sentenced within those guidelines. But the intent
That's
that
what they're gonna
was
have to
there,
prove. They're gonna have to prove it. So
but
like I said,
there has to be something that was
we
presented
we
that
know there was
shows,
intent.
yeah, but shows that there was intent and it wasn't an accident. So
Right,
that's key.
right.
First and foremost,
So
the
they're
intent is there because if there wasn't any intent, she would have never went to the adults.
right. And but this is the thing is again when it goes when you get a new trial in her case, especially because her case again, she caught the charge when she was 17. Legally, she's a juvenile. So if the case goes back again, legally the case is being bound over to the juvenile justice system, and then they're going to have another hearing, another grand jury hearing. This is the crazy part is they're going to have a whole nother grand jury hearing with all the evidence laid out to decide whether or not this was accidental or this was aggravated. And they're going to have to prove, the defense is going to have to prove that it was accidental. The state is going to have to prove that it was aggravated. And if they do that again, if they prove that it was aggravated again, which most likely they will, if it does go back, they'll prove that it was aggravated again, then it will go into the criminal process of homicide rather than accidental. If they can't prove at the grand jury at a new trial that it wasn't aggravated and that the defense for some odd reason was able to prove that it was accidental, even though we know, everybody in the chat knows it wasn't accidental, if they're able to persuade the grand jury that it was accidental, then we're no longer looking at felonious murder. We're looking at a vehicular manslaughter in the Department of Juvenile Justice system. We're looking at, I would say, time served, go home.
Whoa.
That's what we're looking. That's what we're looking at. Think of the
I don't
department. Think of the
That's
Department of
crazy.
Juvenile Justice system. Think
So
about the Department of Juvenile Justice.
out here in New York State, you can get 4 to life and 9 to life. Now, on a 9 to life, you're going to do like 25 years, even though you've been sentenced as a juvenile, right? So you're going to be doing a significant amount of time, regardless of what. But I do want to touch on one thing that you know, didn't add to what you were saying. They had a sufficient amount of time from the time of the accident to the time of the grand jury, right? To gather enough evidence to present to
did.
the grand jury to show that it was intentional and not mistaken.
But the
Because
Shirillas are retarded, though.
They're retarded. They are.
They're all retarded.
Bro, she was at a concert and like she had fucking a cast on her arm and a cast on her
know.
leg in a wheelchair at a
Retarded,
concert.
bro.
And you
Like-
got to remember, I'm pretty sure they have text messages after the fact that this happened, and they didn't even probably present those because there was so much malicious intent. And I believe she's stupid enough to fucking write this shit on a message because I think she believes she got away with it.
Bro, you know another thing too is all these people supporting Shirilla. You know, in the way we look at it, the possibility of her coming home one day is probably pretty high. You know, it's either way we look at it, right? And the way that if she comes home, she starts dating somebody else, and God forbid it's any of y'all's family member. Like y'all have fucking blood on y'all fucking hands. Like God forbid that Mackenzie Shirilla comes home and starts dating one of your fucking male family members and kills them in a fucking car. Should be ashamed of yourselves.
Well, she's never going to be able to drive again. That's going to
It
be one
doesn't
of
matter.
her career
Okay, Flames Charter isn't allowed to drive. It doesn't mean he wasn't driving.
I mean, he's a retard, though. I don't even know why.
Well, she's a retard.
She is, but I don't think. Honestly, I believe that she's not gonna come home. I believe that she's gonna end up either dying in there from old age or dying in there for some sort of underlying condition that is gonna poke its crazy head out eventually because the stress is real. Once she realizes that this habeas corpus is the done deal and there's nothing that she can do but her time, and the only people that are gonna be able to let her go is the parole board, she's cooked. Because
When you were
like
locked
I've been
up for
saying,
when you were locked up for your murder, did you put one of these in?
no, absolutely not. Listen, we got the best deals possible. We were happy with what we got. So
Right.
that's not even a like I'll be home. There's light at the end of the tunnel. No L.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's go. Let's get
Tino,
to it.
did you put one of these in when you were locked up for your robbery charge?
Say that again.
For your home invasion charges, did you put one of these in?
What is one of these?
Like when you were convicted in prison, did you habeas corpus?
Did you ever do
Nah,
an appeal, or did you
nah,
always take your time and
nah.
go?
I just took my time every time.
Okay.
I've never did an appeal.
All
Um,
right. Well, all right. We're gonna go through these text messages a little bit. We're gonna use
but you,
keywords. Chat. Give me keywords. I'm gonna search in. We're gonna start with crash. It's been mentioned 14 times. The first time was with Dom saying to Mackenzie, "I just crashed my mom's car." Now let's go down to number 2. I was just playing Crash Bandicoot. Sorry, babe. Number 3. He crashed 120 on the highway drunk. Who the fuck is Dom talking about right here? He crashed 120 on the highway. What the hell? And if we go down here, Angelo, the you know the I don't want to call him a chomo, but the inappropriate brother over there that did some nasty stuff. I guess he went 120, crashed drunk, so he has no room to talk about cars and shit. All right, so
Can you put in keywords like MURDER, stuff like that? Can you, or KIL? Yeah, I don't want to get put
yeah,
you
we
in a
can.
bad
I
spot.
could do that. I was gonna let me go through all the crash real quick, just in case there's something there we're missing, and then we'll do that next.
Yep. And then I want to do the first word that you actually looked up. That was pretty interesting. The fact that he did know, and he still I guess dealt with her to an extent. That's pimping, no matter how you look at it.
Oh, the prostitute? Yeah, that was the first thing I looked up. He calls her a prostitute. He said you fuck some dude's feet. Actually, I got that one screenshotted right here. Read this, DVS. Hold on.
fuck
I
some
got this one
dude feet.
screenshotted. Yeah, she got her feet fucked by somebody. Hold on.
I think it's the other way around.
Oh, this is another one too. Mackenzie Shirilla saying that she's gonna kill somebody. Like, come on,
Whoa,
people.
whoa.
Like all you pro Mackenzie people, why are you not showing this text?
And I do believe that she, to an extent, she has a very, very dark side. Not to an extent, to a fucking large degree, right? I don't know why I keep on thinking this PG shit. Listen, man, she is an evil bitch, right? And I believe that she thought she could get away with this. I think that she thought somewhere in her mind that she was smart enough to orchestrate some sort of play or stunt where it would make her, have the ability to, take someone's life. I don't know, man. She
What
is
about
a
this one?
evil
It says,
broad.
I'm about to crash. I noticed she's talking about sleeping, but dude, you look at that right there, you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
That's crazy, right? Even though we know it's not that, because if they're talking about going out and whatever, when you want, I'm about to dip in a second. She says, I'm about to crash.
Can
What
you take
time
this
is
off the
it?
screen? We can't
Yeah,
see the screen. We're just watching Mackenzie's
Oh,
mugshot.
oh, 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 my bad, bro. My bad. Why
Yep.
don't say something?
Yeah, we are. We are, brother.
Yeah, it took you time. Took you long enough, brother. I'm about to crash. That's what she says right here. I'm about to crash.
Oh wow.
I know she's talking about sleeping. I'm because I know the Mackenzie people are gonna go like, oh, they're trying to put word, make shit up. No, just I know what that was. All right, next one.
Can you put in I guess the same word, KIL
Yeah, you want
or
me to? You want me to do? Hold on. Let me just make sure there's. Let me zoom out real quick.
smash that like if you haven't already, y'all. Appreciate the love.
yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Support is always appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, that's toxic. What I just read right there. Golly, these kids are toxic. Um. All right, I'm gonna put your word in. I think I didn't see anything else with crash.
Yeah, hit that like button if you like something.
All right, kills so far. There's 4.
Hey, Pino, you better put those down. You might hurt
Got them
yourself.
nunchucks for dumb fucks.
Don't hurt yourself, kid. Don't do it. Don't. You're gonna break
Yo, I'm
something, bro.
nice with them things, boy. Let me tell you.
Hey, I got shit. I got weapons I don't even know how to use,
I'm
bro.
Bruce Lee with
That's
it.
dangerous. That's very dangerous
Look at this one.
for
Look at
everybody involved.
this one.
Bro, don't do it.
What's he got going on? I can't even see
That's some
him.
medieval
I
shit.
could see you getting that stuck in your back for whatever reason. I could see
Oh
that getting
shit.
stuck somewhere. Don't do it, man. Chill. Put that down. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Said don't do it, son.
All right, so dude, it's about to storm here. I'm gonna kill someone. That's the first one. You type in kill, the first one that comes up is that Mackenzie Shirilla telling Dom, I'm going to kill somebody.
Whoa. All right. What's the next
Yo, that's crazy.
sentence used with the word kill?
I can't do that, it will kill me.
Plug. They said check your text messages. I think somebody sent it to you.
Oh yeah, I was about to tell you the same thing, Plug. Check your text.
I got the sword too, but I know how to use that. I was just showing y'all shit that I don't
Oh, I
know how
got
to
a few
use.
of them. The daggers.
Chill,
Yeah.
chill, Kill Bill. Sit down, man. Chill out. Chill it.
Oh shit. He said Kill Bill.
Whoa. You're gonna hurt something, bro. Just
Yo, bro, my collection is crazy, but I ain't on that show and tell shit like Pino, bro. I can't be doing that up here.
showing toys like we're in show and tell. Look what I got, guys.
Said this one here.
Those are my good boy toys.
Yeah, facts.
I don't even know what that
Some
means.
of the
That sounded
collectors, they're just
If
weird.
collectors,
if you know
collectibles.
if you know, you know. If
If you
you don't
know,
know,
you know, you know. Real rap. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We appreciate you.
Kill Bill the movie. That's my favorite theme, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, dog, dude, she's as guilty as all outdoors, bro. I have full faith that even if I'm just gonna give my personal opinion. I don't think that it would go back to the Supreme Court and well, it's already going to the Supreme Court, but I don't think that excuse me, I don't think that a judge is gonna approve this and say there was a constitutional violation. But I 100% do not believe that they are gonna find the circumstances accidental rather than aggravated at a new grand jury. 100% believe it was 100% aggravated. Everything about it screams aggravated. There's nothing about it that screams accidental, you know? So
100%. Damn, that must be a crazy text. Plug still reading that shit.
scary. Hey, I'll hold it down. I gotta get something.
All right, put the swords down, man. Just don't hurt nobody. Hey, Ronnie, man, how you been, man? What's going on with you, man? I know we haven't really talked in a while, man. I know you've been doing some big things, man. What's going on?
Yeah, man, we banged out that pre-record the other night. That's about it. We're gonna stay on top of that, but I just got a lot going on between that, the other podcast, and the movie and shit. I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row. Dealing with some family shit and some other things. It's just how it go. It never ends.
Yeah, nah, man. I'm sorry to hear about the family situation, but on a lighter note, how's that movie situation going, man? I know it's gonna be a little hard in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be a lot of critique and getting things together. But
Yo, I'm trying to kill a spider, bro. Just give me a second, bro. Y'all hold it down.
Don't worry, man. Do your thing.
This man just said he's trying to kill a spider.
Maybe Pino can teleport over there and help you out with his
hey, I like spiders.
Samurai sword.
On the same night Spider-Man came out. That's crazy.
I like spiders, so I'll go over there and catch it. I ain't gonna hurt it. I'm gonna go over there and catch it.
I'm gonna keep that shit in the tank.
Yeah, if it's a nice spider.
I don't harm spiders. They're supposed to be left alone unless they're like a brown recluse or a black widow. You got to find somewhere else to go. But
facts.
Other than that, man,
shout out
we can
to
live in coexist.
Elaine, I believe I said that right. Elaine with the $10. Big shout out to you and the support.
We appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, DVS, bro, we turned it into a short film real quick so we can make the Boston Film Festival, and then we're gonna do an extended version and do the whole movie. So it's just been constant, nonstop.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, man. I want to be there at opening night, man. You got to send me some tickets because I'm gonna be out there.
Oh,
We're
for
only about
sure.
4 hours away, or wherever it's gonna be taking place at.
Oh, you know
And
that the whole
I'm
panel's getting
I'm
VIP.
pulling up. I'm pulling up. Shout out to Eileen. Eileen. Shout out to Eileen for the support, man. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I guess we're just waiting on Plug to pull up these other text messages that are pretty damning. You know, we're gonna put in some keywords, see what the search bar pulls up, and I don't know. As we all know, Mackenzie definitely had intent because if she didn't, they wouldn't have indicted her as an adult, right? And I think they left out a lot of stuff because they didn't want to put a spotlight on this case for whatever reason because maybe it could have influenced certain age group or certain up and coming age group that is gonna eventually see this case because you know potting and all this true crime stuff, this is just what's out there. So most of the time, as we know, Mackenzie was into a little bit of that and she created her own little true crime situation and scenario. So I don't know. It's a lot of variables when it comes to this case. I don't know where the guys are at. Ron, are you there? Plug.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, man. It's dead silent out there, man. I feel like you guys just left the block, man.
Nah, we on the streets, bro. We here, yeah.
All right, got real quiet, man. I don't know what's going on. Let's get engaged, man. Let's get engaged,
Yeah,
baby.
he said it got real quiet.
Real quiet, man. Yeah. Too
Yeah,
quiet for me, man. I don't know. I like the noise, man. I can't.
I'm telling you, we gotta get this Patreon popping, members only shit. Whole lot of
Nah, yeah,
unboxing
not for nothing. I
shit
was
going
thinking
on.
about that. I started it up. Well, I didn't really start another channel, but I got a channel that I'm messing around with. It's called DVS Does Work. Uh,
Yeah,
it's just showing little things that I do, while I'm at work
yeah. I
and being
remember
a
that.
superintendent.
A while back, you was talking about doing that. You kind of started dabbling. You went back to it.
A little bit, man. I got these meta glasses, so I'm trying to see if I can start off with some shorts, and then I don't
Yeah,
know, slowly implement maybe some voiceovers or something like that.
hell
I
yeah.
don't know, but yeah,
People fuck with that kind of content.
no, absolutely. There is a
Goes
genre for
crazy.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I've been really messing around with a little bit, other than the YouTube streets and other things, and raising kids,
yeah.
dogs as well.
How you been acclimating over there?
Yo, so yeah, since the move to Poughkeepsie, I'm not gonna lie, man. I love it. I think it is definitely an upper, a moving
Yeah.
up kind of situation. But there is a severe mental health and drug abuse problem out here for whatever reason.
Oh, there's that epidemic out there.
Yo, yeah,
Worse
yeah.
than worse than Harlem? No way.
But no, way worse than Harlem. It's almost like a
Really?
baby Kensington. I swear to you, it is.
What?
Baby
That's
Kensington
crazy, bro.
every week.
Imagine you think you're moving on up and you're like,
Oh
whoa,
no, for me it is because I'm just
yeah, yeah.
observing. I'm here, like I'm in the
Where
moment.
you at? But I'm just
Yeah.
saying,
There you go, right there. Dom just says that Mackenzie, we put in kill. DVS requested to put kill in, right?
Yep.
And I
yep.
didn't find the spider, so the whole family's flipping out right now.
Oh
But
man,
it says, it says it threatened to kill yourself, right? You threaten this right here. This goes against all you fucking damn Shirilla people that keep saying Mackenzie's not suicidal. Why did Dom just say it threatened to kill yourself?
yeah,
Mm.
how's good does my hat smell?
Yeah. That's key. That
Very
is
good.
key. That's pretty damning, huh? I think this is something that obviously they had a toxic relationship. A lot of mean girls, bad girls, club vibes going for me. And a lack of proper parental guidance, right? Because we've seen the I don't know, characteristics and parenting of two said adults, right? Not the best. And you can see that, some children are raised by iPads and I guess reality shows in a sense, right?
Dom says right here, I'm about to tell your mom I don't want you to come over anymore.
Ooh. And I'm pretty sure her mother was like, "You better not. We can't have her come back here and fuck our house up." That's why she passed her off to over there, right? Because she was, come on. I think the only reason why they have the relationship they do is because of the fact that her mother let her go do whatever it is that she wanted to.
Ooh, another one. Another one. You were threatening to kill yourself. From Dom to Mackenzie, you were threatening to kill yourself. Bro, kill gets mentioned 121 times. We're going to be here for a minute.
Ooh, that's crazy. Great place to start, right? I mean, that was the intent, right? She did take 2 lives.
Oh, Dom says it himself. If you say you do this, I'll kill myself. Oh, man, this shit's
see?
toxic.
Toxic. Oof.
I guess he's saying that you tell me you're going to hurt yourself all the time. I guess one's threatening they're going to kill themselves. The other one's like, I'm going to kill. Man, this is crazy. I miss you. It's killing me. Please, Dom. Oh, my God. Please don't do this to me. It's going to kill me. Please don't. How many girls you had say that to you, DBS?
I can't count, man. Sorry.
I took ibuprofen.
No
My head
comment.
is killing. Dom says to
Damn, that
her,
shit comes out a lot, bro.
yeah, Dom says to her, you make me want to kill someone.
This is toxic all the way around, and I guess she was willing enough to really try to figure out how that really is. You know what I mean? If you use something and you have a mentality long enough, it'll fester into what it is that you're trying to portray, and it'll become reality. You play the character long enough, you'll become the character.
Okay, people texting me stuff. I can't bring that up on here. Like, I'll just have to find it in here because I can't take what y'all are texting me and put it up on there. It would need more pre-production. I'm on the computer right now, so I don't even. It just to take too long.
You got my text?
I didn't. I got people texting me, but I can't. There's none. I mean, I don't know what people want me to do. I'm not even really was prepared to bring up messages. I just wanted to bring up what was mentioned in the habeas corpus. That's all I wanted to do.
Hey, just do me a favor, man. Put that phone on silent or do not disturb. This way you don't get bombarded and overwhelmed. Because
I don't know if
that
you can have mute over right now. I'm finna kill Topher.
whoa.
Finna kill Topher. Dom says it again. I'm ready to kill someone right now.
Yeah, they throw that around loosely like it's not a thing, man. Take a life, man. Oof. There's no coming back after that. You got to deal with that weight forever.
Oh, they're talking about the coronavirus right here. Oh, is she not eating? She's bulimic. He said right here to her, don't just not eat and complain. The attitude will kill you.
Well, I think she played victim majority of the time, so I think that was just another tool for her to use. Oh, I'm not gonna eat. Oh, you're gonna make me starve myself, Dom. That kind of bullshit. Yeah, they're very toxic. I can only imagine what kind of games they were playing with each other.
Well, he
Obviously,
tells her
tit
right
for
here, you
tat.
got to stop blaming your feelings on me. And then she said down here, you know you're my number one, Dom. Hearing that kills me.
Yeah, they're playing a sick game, man. Emotional, sick, twisted game.
It's killing me. I'm sad all day. I haven't cried myself to sleep in months. Give me another keyword because we're getting a lot of stupid shit with this kill. Give me something else, and then we'll get to Kohberger. I'm ready to move on.
Let's do I don't know, murder. Let's see that word. Then take that off the list. I know we're doing like a thesaurus kind of thing here, but let's see what happens.
I got 0 so far.
All right, let's move on.
Hold on, I just got an email. Let me send this to my son's email. Hold on.
Well, while we're waiting for Plug to get back to the Poughkeepsie / Baby Kensington situation. Listen, man, I'm gonna start putting videos up and showing what's going on. I've listened. It is so concentrated out here. It's almost like a funding. It's not almost. It's a fucking funding situation out here. With I get tickets. So for those who don't know, I'm a superintendent. You know, got 3 buildings. They got to clean the grounds, do repairs, all that good stuff. At least once a week, when I'm cleaning and sweeping up in certain areas where there's a high population of said drug addicts, there's always new rotations. There's always a new turnover about every other week.
Yeah.
People are ODing out here on a like flies are dropping on a regular basis. But there's a new wave of ones that come from either Connecticut or down in the city.
Yeah.
They come with a care package and they come with these the ticket stubs from the Metro North or wherever it is, bus tickets. But it's a funding situation out here. They're using the funding to build the city, but they're also directing them here so they can get
Yeah.
more funding for the rehabs and the rehabilitation centers. But it's horrible out here right now. And Poughkeepsie is really the city of Poughkeepsie is super small.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. You know, would it be like that though? And then like suburban type environments. I'm not saying this, that's like, but you think compared to Holland, but nowadays it don't even surprise me because
This
it's
is
Hey,
it's
a
everywhere.
I appreciate y'all sending this. Sorry, I cut y'all off. I'm back on the case.
okay.
So
All right.
I'm sorry. No one gives a fuck about your fucking work videos, DBS. No, I'm
Whoa,
just
whoa,
playing. I'm
whoa,
just
you
playing.
better
But
watch
no,
your
I'm
mouth.
not. Okay, so
Oh,
15, dude. So 15 years old, threatened suicide, right? So I'm glad y'all said this to me because this is what we were talking about earlier. This is proof that she is suicidal. Mackenzie Shirilla is suicidal. This is just on paper. This would be presented in front of a jury, and we do care about DBS's videos. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And the city that I'm talking or referring to is Poughkeepsie, New York. Super small. Can you focus in on this?
All right, here you go. I want to, yeah, just yeah. This is the suicide threat. You needed the other part.
No, I just want you to zoom in if you can.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yep, that's good. Yeah, that's great. Strongville. This would be 3/23/2020 time 15/10/55. That would be 3 o'clock 3:10. Dispatcher AGJ. Okay, let's get to it. Narrative: 15-year-old threatened suicide, requests psych eval, CBA, HX of anxiety, 15-12 hours ACK. Female will not be transported to the hospital. Parents do not think her threats are real. They do not believe she will hurt herself. So how old was she? She was 15 years old. This is what, right in the middle or no, not in the middle, right in the beginning or right before Dom, right? If they were going with this whole age bracket kind of situation, maybe this was maybe a tool she used to get out of the house so she could go do whatever it is that she wanted. Um, who knows? But that is pretty alarming. Obviously, somebody called, right? Somebody made the report, thought it was, dangerous enough for her to be, looked at or have a psych eval, and then they
Yeah,
changed the tune.
yeah. Keep emailing that stuff. It's better. I'm on the computer. That we can pull it up. Um, if I think there's two messages she sent. If the other one's important, send it. It might have just been the text messages. I feel like we're gonna have to really go over the text messages on a separate thing, bro, because there's so many of them. But I feel like now we're going to have to go through it if they're going to bring it back up in the damn habeas corpus. So we might have to actually do a whole live on that. But let's get to Bryan Kohberger, bro. I think this is important. We got new information. I want to say this right now. Bryan Kohberger was in that fucking house before he committed the murders. We found that out today. We found out that Maddie was his main target today. We found out a bunch of information about Bryan Kohberger today. And go to DVS, bring up the video, bro. Bryan Ensign investigates.
Drop the video now.
Did you put that in the private chat? No.
Go to the YouTube channel, Bryan Ensign Investigates. Hold on real quick. Let me see this. Sorry, we had a little bit of dead spots in this live tonight. Hold on. Ranger, your belly is growling, dude. Hold on.
Hey, yo, so what up for tomorrow? We doing a back-to-back?
Yeah, we're gonna try to, man. I'm gonna try to go live like almost every other night now. I have to, dude.
Word. Yeah. We should definitely try to do the Friday Night Live. People look forward to that one.
Yeah, YouTube's about to be my main job, dude. Because I'm telling you what, I'm tired of working this damn heat. I'm ready just to lock all the way in on YouTube, bro.
Hell
I'm
yeah,
really
we
am.
about to double down. I'm with it.
People gonna think my family's gonna think I'm crazy as hell, but shit, I might have to.
Until you ain't. Until it pays
Yeah,
off. You know
until
what
it
I mean?
pays off. Yeah, good point, Ronnie.
Hell yeah.
All right, she sent me. What did she send? Is that the Google Drive half organized? All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to that on another live. I want to get to the Bryan Kohberger show. I appreciate you sending me that though. Thank you. I appreciate that. DVS, did you get what I said about bringing his video up? Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Dude, we got to watch it. Is this the Kohberger one? Bro, this shit is crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Dude, this is an hour long. I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Bryan Kohberger and I'm still in shock that people support this guy. I can't believe you guys. You know what? You pro burgers, you should be a fucking ashamed of yourself. You should really be ashamed. Dude, you should be ashamed of yourself. For the people that, dude, these 4 victims. And then for you guys to say that, oh, there's no way he could have done it in that amount of time. Well, guess what? If this would have went to trial, they did a demonstration of how he did it in that amount of time. And he had 14 minutes to spare. You idiots. All right, play the fucking video.
Guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody for watching and everybody who has subscribed. This episode it's different than any other episode I've ever done, and you're going to see why, the format. And it wanted to talk to Cy, who is one of the defense experts again. So it's kind of a unique situation.
Stop it right there. It's fine. Let it play right there. Let it play right there.
Says before the murders. Again, something I didn't know. So he's going to explain that. But when I said that this was a unique episode, it's because Steve Gonzalez, who is Kaylee Gonzalez's dad, Kaylee is one of the victims, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, wanted to talk to Cy, who is one of the defense experts again. So it's kind of a unique situation. And they are going to do that in this podcast. And I'm really going to let them ask a lot of the questions that they have. And Cy agreed to do this because he wanted to answer their questions. And you'll see, he believes that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but he has a lot of issues with the way the investigation was handled. So there's a lot to this. It's a long podcast, but it's filled with new information from an insider who was working on the case on the inside. and has really unique information and data to back it up that I hadn't heard before. So I'm going to get into all of it. Again, it's a long convo, but I think you guys will find it interesting, especially in light of everything going on with Bryan Kohberger now saying that he's innocent. So I want you guys to hear the whole thing in this episode of Bryan Ensign Investigates.
Cy, it's nice to see you, Steve. Thank you for being here as always. And I know Olivia's going to join us in a little bit. She's dealing with the baby. But I wanted to continue this conversation.
All right, pause it there. So they got somebody that was involved with the case that had all the information on that was inside Bryan Kohberger's phone. Yeah. That at the bottom is Kaylee's father that's learning information, and then we're gonna have Kaylee's sister come up here too. This is important.
Yep.
Nation, and I know, Steve, that you and Olivia wanted an opportunity to be able to talk to Cy about some of the information that he has since he was a defense witness for Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to ask one question before I throw it over to Steve, though, and it kind of plays off some of what you said on News Nation, Cy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to... And I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 100%, like, I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like, if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation,
pause it again. When I was listening to this, it felt like I shouldn't have been hearing this, because it was a conversation that this dude that's involved with the case never talked to Kaylee's dad, and he's giving him information Kaylee's dad might have known, didn't have it confirmed, but gets it confirmed now, or didn't know at all. And this right here, I'm trying to put myself in the victim's shoes, the victim's family shoes. This is insane. This is insane.
Crazy. When you put it like that, that's crazy.
It's crazy, bro. Because Bryan Kohberger was in that house, bro, and Maddie was next to his apartment at one time, and we'll get more into that too. Let's go.
It meant a lot to me, and I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I've spent my entire career advocating for victims' families. I've done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children, and this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at, and I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called LOCDBOR. And I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, LOCDBOR, and it's Location Database of Record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Bryan goes up to Seattle, and one of his LOCDBOR hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data, which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself, to instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung, on the other hand, is a very chatty phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing. It's good for law enforcement, because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house, like the latitude, longitude.
5 times? Listen, YW Melly is getting the death penalty for being located behind, going around. They got the going around the car. Bro, it's almost exact where he's at. I know it could flip around, but it goes back into the exact location. And this motherfucker was in the living room. Was he at a party? He was at one of the frat parties. He was in the living room.
Is the physical house itself. And, you know, if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw, the latitude, longitude.
And I'm getting tired of people calling Bryan instant gay. Now, pause it real quick. I got to say this. Listen, truth and transparency. I don't know how your channel is named Truth and Transparency when you're giving no truth and no transparency. Another thing, too, is stop people that's calling Bryan instant gay. This guy probably gets more pussy than you do, besides Ronnie Blue Eyes. Continue.
Yeah.
But continue.
The AT&T derived latitude longitude from the AT&T's network that it estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25-meter range. So, you know, we're talking 75 feet. So it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property. But it's showing in the immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. And, you know, that's, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is so critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this. And the prosecution would say, here's why. When done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you say accurate locations, you mean you believe, based on your expertise, that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured tons of data over. Why that's important too is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I've reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that the offender, who is Bryan Kohberger, like there's no alternative theory in my head at this point. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt
he's been in the house before.
Yes, DVS. So Bryan Kohberger, okay, he was gonna go on to be a serial killer. If he got away with this, and if he ever gets out, he will commit murder again. He hunted them. His target was Maddie. And guess what? We learned more, DVS. He was actually in front of other people's houses. He had other people in mind. And we don't even know these people's names. We don't know people that life was in jeopardy for Bryan Kohberger's names.
Yeah, that's crazy. Imagine if he would have gotten away and he didn't, do the ultimate fuck up like he did, and he was a lot smarter. Imagine what could have been, and what he could have been. He could have became something even worse than what we just saw. If he's been there in that house more than once, I'm sorry, but like more than once, that means that he was praying, right, and stalking and watching and literally just observing the scene or the would-be scene to how he wanted it to be. That's why I guess he was so comfortable with walking around the house the way he was after he did. Because remember, all this took place in about 7 minutes. It's a lot of work in 7 minutes.
I'm getting frustrated with true crime. And it's to the point where I've been putting myself in the victim standpoint and then putting myself as somebody getting falsely accused. For example, like we see some of the stuff with the Nolan Wells. We don't have enough information out with Nolan Wells' the situation where they're accusing everybody. I know that's a whole separate thing, but it correlates to the point where the victims are now. You have 4 people that got murdered by somebody. You have a group of people. I'm talking probably tens of thousands. I mean, maybe hundreds. I don't know how many Kohbergers there are, but it's so many people that are not respecting the victims because this is a case that's already been admitted by somebody. Now you're putting out these theories and putting out a dude of shit of your own opinion. Now you're getting facts to your face. Now you've seen, bro, this guy's about to tell you that Maddie and Bryan Kohberger's phone pinned in the same location more than any of the other victims. We know who he was targeting. That night, Kaylee being in Maddie's bed with her was was not normal. Was not. I don't know if they always did it, but that night, if she wasn't in the, I don't know how it would have went down. But either way, he probably would have killed everybody still. But it's crazy, bro. And then for them to fucking say that Dylan girl, the girl Dylan, has something to do with this, y'all are going to fucking burn in hell for this shit. Y'all are gonna burn in fucking hell for fucking putting shit on somebody that had nothing to do with it. Their own fucking friends died. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. How do you sleep at night?
Was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. That house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house. The path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in that house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of this. One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Bryan, and Steve, you'll find this in my report, and it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted, and then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertiser ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see. Law enforcement can access those databases.
All right, pause it real quick. We got a guest. Velma, how you doing?
Hey, how are y'all? So, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but how did he get all 4 people and clean up in 10 minutes or under 10 minutes?
He's autistic.
Well, this is the thing, Velma. I we'll get more into because he's going to talk about that and how they did a whole the prosecution had a demonstration ready. Another thing too is he went to another location after this and he dropped off everything. And then the night after, they got his cell phone pinged at that same location. And then he went to a river. They got his phone. So there's a lot. I want to get your I'll get your opinion. I think after we listen to all of it, because I think you're going to hear some stuff and maybe it would change your mind.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it. I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. Typical criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus is. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now I'm talking 3 meters, so now we're talking less than 10 feet at, around, and very close to the house on different occasions. The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see discovery on this new data. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it and how like that was some kind of weird anomaly. It's like, that's what the file's for. That's what you use it for. I mean, it was very confusing to the audience, but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would Shadow Dragon. I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Sirade. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like a 30K. And they said, we're not giving it up on a case this big. We keep doing, because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that a message. But they literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there, and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Siren. So there was these decisions
Pause it
being
real
made.
quick. So a lot of people gave the dad of Kaylee Gonzalez a hard time, saying that he got too involved with the case. But bro, I ain't gonna lie. If it was my daughter, I'm getting so involved too. I'm not gonna try to. He didn't affect the case at all. Like the way that they were getting tried. And another thing too, they never got Kaylee's phone back. They never got her phone back. Like, come on, like let them look through her phone. But anyways, go ahead.
The right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to $50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the $50K. It's probably the best that you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to
closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me. And my lawyer said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses, because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him for being a great father, right? And a great advocate. Shit.
I agree.
We got there.
I agree. Dude, DBS, he got a lot of hate. Bro, these same people that say Bryan Kohberger is innocent just don't even care that the victims got murdered. You never say, oh, RIP to the... No, instead it's free that man, right? And they don't give no... And remember how impactful his impact statement was. Bro, he went off.
He did. He definitely went all out. I tip my hat. I salute him, because the advocacy that he's shown, that's what we all need. All our children need that kind of advocacy.
We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, is there a place that they would converge? And we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far out of breath saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the Kohberger's device is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where
Now, think about that, right? Think about him stalking and watching his prey, so to speak. He's going in the same location, in the same places as they were in real time. Sorry, that's my beautiful dog. sleeping and dreaming.
Yeah, my dog's belly was growling earlier. Go ahead.
But yeah, so it just goes to show the intent, and it's scary, man, because there could be a Kohberger out there right now that hasn't acted out the heinous things that he did, but it's so easy for someone to do it if you really think about it.
Bro, they bring up so Kaylee dad has a video of Bryan Kohberger boxing, which I never seen. I never knew about. I didn't know he was even he was at one point he was addicted to a lifestyle of working out and fighting and doing all this stuff. And I thought Bryan Kohberger was soft as hell, but he's saying that Bryan Kohberger did a shitload of punches in under a certain amount of time. Like the dude, it's possible. I want y'all to go sit for 20 minutes somewhere. Just sit for 20 minutes and see how long 20 minutes is.
Yeah, it definitely is. And just so everybody knows, man, he is physically fit, right? And if he was training in a sense, right, he would be able to pull this off for people, especially females, that are not training, or, one, he caught them while they were sleeping, right? The most vulnerable predicament that you could possibly be in, which says a lot about his mental and how he really is. No matter how much he trained and how much he learned, still a coward, right? But I don't know. He's just evil human being.
Can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have two devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, "Hey, let's talk about the A&W," or some of the other friends, it's just mind-blowing. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize enough. To my sincerest respect and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this. This can never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that, just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation, or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven a charge, or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
I am guessing. This is my opinion of things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But the problem that they have—
tell me what that would be.
well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem the FBI has is to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence. They've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement. This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, you know, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the technical was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI. And then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like,
bro, that's why it's important with these positions that these people are in. Like you have a magnifying glass on you now with social media, and these lawyers, they got to be doing a fucking good job. The prosecutors, they got to be doing a good job. Now, when it came to this whole plea deal with Bryan Kohberger, they fucking dropped the ball. The family wasn't even involved. Instead, the Kohberger family was involved, and to them it was a win. Which in reality, you do got somebody that's locked in prison for the rest of his life and he can't commit the murder again. But at the same time, it gave him room for error. It's kind of close to Mackenzie Shirilla, because now he's going to blame everything on his lawyers like Ann Taylor of Infective Counsel and the threats that was made to him. That this was in the paperwork, DVS. I don't think I had you. Did we talk about this on the? I don't know if I talked to you about this, but Bryan Kohberger he withdrawed his plea deal, and he basically said that they threatened him about death row, about the cell size and all that. That his life in prison would be a lot better if he took life.
I did hear that. Not from you, but I seen something on my feed. I think it was yesterday.
You gotta turn yourself up. They say you're muffled, brother.
Am I muffled? Hey guys, can you hear me loud and clear? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
I can hear you. Just go ahead. I can hear you. I'll translate. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I did hear about it. I think it's just him trying to just stir shit up. I think he's just trying to be relevant. The fact that he's been sitting in SL and he hasn't had any attention and nobody's fed his ego. I think that's really what it is.
They got him in the living room. They know Maddie was next door to him in his own apartment, so she was next to him. They know that he was at that A&W. He was there. Like, bro, they got him leaving, going to a location, and then going back to that same location the next day, and then going to a river. So that was obviously the dude. If this was, imagine being someone where we're from, DVS. We committed a crime. We're cooked. Dude, am I lying? If they had this evidence against us, we are cooked.
Yeah, you're done. And the more I hear about, the technical side of how everything works, it's something that, majority can grasp of what they're talking about. But if you really, really get down to the nitty gritty, man, conspiracies.
Oh, wait till he gets to his searches. Okay, this dude was a nasty. Remember, this dude on the top left corner, all the way at the top, had access to Bryan Kohberger's phone. Had access to everything. He could see where he was at. He could see his search. He could see everything.
Yeah, everything. That's the point that I was just making when it comes to, all this technical stuff. It's pretty scary. The eye in the sky is watching.
If I can, especially when it comes to technology, and it was an eye-opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus, who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper, and has no clue about technology, never will. And
he retired afterwards
there's
and
4
wrote a book.
lives
So I
involved.
get his frustration. I get the family's frustration with the prosecution because he literally was so old and he ended up retiring and fucking wrote it. Like he got involved with a book, and it's just it's whack. It's whack.
100%.
It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, you know, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases. And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require. But they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy. They had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is how do we hide the IGG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that for me as an old school investigator that drives me crazy is Bryan Kohberger's vehicle and his name are setting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Pause it there. That is so important because the pro burgers, well, we're disproving the pro burgers. They claim that the way that they found Bryan Kohberger was illegally going through the DNA system, but when the investigators could have done it the right way, they had his vehicle. They had, dude, bro, they had his fucking vehicle, bro. They know he switched his tags and all kinds of stupid shit, bro. All they had to do is go get his DNA, and they did it the right way instead of doing it the where they sent it out to Texas with that program or whatever. Go ahead, the 23andMe shit.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking stupid.
Trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IGG produced. I think this is a completely different case, but they crossed the line with IGG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish.
So basically what he's saying is that they fucked up on getting or obtaining proper evidence and doing things the right way and really making a case where it would have been, all the way showing everything, illuminate everything that's taking place. But because they had to cover up from themselves, it took away from the limelight of what it is that they were supposed to be focusing on and showing what was taking place. But they couldn't, because if they were to backtrack, they would show that they did something that wasn't the right way, ethical in other terms.
Let me make this clear to everybody. I think a lot of viewers and our viewers might not understand this because y'all are always fucking rocking with us, and we don't do it. We will entertain a conspiracy if there's some merit to it, right, or some facts to it. Like we'll go into it. But when it comes to this case, they fucking blamed a DoorDash driver. They blamed frat kids. They blamed all kinds of different people, and there's no accountability. We're going to be seeing lawsuits with this Nolan Wells case. They already put lawsuits in because content creators keep accusing people, and they get more views for this. That's why we only have 189 people in here. If I put in the title that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, we would have 1,000 people in here. You would make a whole shitload more money. You would be way more successful, but we're not going that way because it's not the right way. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, that's right, Black man. People are just chasing the content like it's an unreal high.
My lawyer was here. The IGG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. They told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK. And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down.
Now remember, his father is the one that picked him up, right?
His father came and got him, took him back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
His father, that's another thing too, that his father's DNA matched, right? On the 23andMe, if I'm not mistaken, like it came back as his father. So that's how that's how it works essentially, because I don't know the technical part about it, but his family, they need to be investigated too. Go ahead.
IGG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established standard, and we're not going to let a little podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And, you know, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
That goes to them having to cover their tracks and cover shit up because they went about doing things the wrong way, allegedly, right?
They're not doing their job right, bro. They did
So
shit the wrong way.
The cleanup for themselves fucked up the case. It took away from the actual things that would have, you know, really, you know, shined bright, because by them trying to cover their tracks and cover up what they did wrong, it only took away from the real things that took place and presenting those things. But it seems like this case has been screwed from the very beginning because of the negligence on the behalf of, you know, whoever it is that took the case in the first place.
Yeah, no, they thought they could do it that way, and it really started the whole conspiracy shit. You know, people say he had help and all kinds of shit. They tried to say it was a drug deal gone wrong. You remember that theory of the drug? Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
You know what I'm going to start doing, though, DBS, just to cheat the system. You know what I'm going to start doing? I just thought of this, because Jumpsuit Pablo kind of does it, too. I'm going to fucking clickbait the pro burgers. I'm going to clickbait everybody on every fucking true crime case and make it say one thing, and then it's another thing when you click on the fucking video. Because they get all the views. They get all the views. Truth and transparency will have 1,000 people in her life with no truth and no transparency.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, man.
She does a good. I ain't gonna lie. These people are not bad investigators and they're not bad journalists, but they're grifting. It's a grift. Poetic Flacco, you're a piece of shit. And I'm gonna release the interview I'm gonna re-release the interview we did with you to show how much you supported Trump, and now all of a sudden you're pro-black. Bro, you've been snitching on black people for the last 5 years. You've been fucking shitting on the black race for the last 5 years. Poetic Flacco, I know this is not relevant to this, but it has something to do with grifting. These are fucking grifters, man.
Yeah, I agree.
We are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did, that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Yeah, I can imagine. And, you know, Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IDG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed, because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more that a smoke screen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip. We followed up on the phone. We found this. And oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in.
That
and
goes to your
that
point,
contradicted
DBS.
that
Like you
narrative,
just said
they
this.
eliminated.
You just said that now. That's what's tricky about their job. They fuck up somewhere. Now they have to make another fuck up to make sure they're in line with the original fuck up, and it goes away against the truth. But the truth is still there. They fuck up the case doing it that way.
Yeah, because there's there's certain procedures that you have to follow, and if there is a constitution and all that, once you violate, a case can be thrown away, or it can be it can be tainted, or fucked up because somebody's trying to clean up their fuck up because they didn't do things the right way, and then it affects the case in so many other ways.
In 1 second before we start the video again, thank you to everybody that donated tonight. I was so focused on the Mackenzie Shirilla stuff earlier. I didn't thank a lot of people. Irony, I appreciate all the Jules and Ali Oz, Dream Mink, Amber Nola, Barry Wood. Salute to Barry Wood. Slingshot Batty for being a new member. Jamie Williams, Dr. Vona. She's got a great channel, by the way. I'm actually following her on. I think she posts on X. I do follow you on X. She posts a lot of good stuff. Ivy Speed, thank you. And then there's another donation too I missed. Hold on 1 second. There's a lot we missed. Eileen6816, thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate everybody that donated tonight. I'm sorry we didn't get to it right when y'all did it. Thank you for having patience with us tonight. We're doing our show a little bit different. I'm not doing a lot of pre-production intros. We go straight into it. We're bringing the paperwork up. We're getting straight into the facts, and we're reacting to some important stuff. I felt like this is more important than anything out in true crime right now because we're getting the information from the Bryan Kohberger case that we did not have. And you're seeing the victim's family, the sister and the father right at the bottom listening to this and learning. And we're getting information from them, too, that we didn't know. So thank you, Mallory, too, Gina Girl, everybody in the chat tonight. Thank you. Smash the like button. Thank you for rocking with the YouTube streets. Let's go.
A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Bryan driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants that he traveled east on 270. Bryan Kohberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him. He saw Dylan. Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes. He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have. It's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have, and high grass. So it gets. If you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation.
Now, remember real quick, 911 wasn't called at that time, I believe. I believe Dylan ended up calling somebody else. And I don't think she know what she saw, and she might have been in shock. And that's what gave people the conspiracy that she had whatever, right? 911 got called later on. But obviously, that's the reason why Kohberger went the route he went on the way out, and he knew not to go in front of the cameras. Some parts of this case, that's why he in his head he wanted to do a perfect crime, but he half-assed it. Because if the knife sheath doesn't get left, what do we have? That's the one thing that fucked him ultimately.
Yeah, that sheath. him leaving that behind and having DNA on that, that's definitely what gave him away. I think that he hyper focused on everything else, and it was the smallest thing that led him to be, arrested, which is kind of crazy because he put so much time and effort into everything else, and what got him in the long run was a stupid mistake.
Or you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there. I can hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. You give me the layest of lay jurors, I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there.
Right there. He got rid of it. He got rid of the murder weapon, DBS.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. But that digital fingerprint and that tracking and everything, oof.
It holds, and people say that doesn't hold up in court. Do you guys not watching the YMW Melly case? That shit holds up in court. That is important, brother. It's not a polygraph test. It's going to be held up in court.
Yeah, it's data. It's not.
They can argue it all they want, but it's going to be shown in court.
Yeah, it's going to be shown up.
There for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. So yeah, I'm with you guys on the frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You name your place, I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we can get
Pause
better.
it real quick. Let's be real. Snake River, do we need to? I'm going to go back aside. I'm going to look up Snake River. I'm going to do Google Maps on it, because if we know it's there, it's still where's the river go out to? Where's that river go out to, right? That knife is somewhere in that fucking river, bro. The murder weapon is still out there. That's what's good. Bro, think about that shit.
That's crazy. Imagine.
And you know the dudes on YouTube, we seen them, DVS.
The magnet fishers. Yeah, the magnet fishers.
Yeah. They'll find that shit.
I was just going to say, somebody might have some really good, I don't know. I don't want to call it, crime scene paraphernalia, but, there is a market for that kind of thing. Eventually, if somebody does find it and they don't turn it into evidence, I can see that going into some sort of underground black market kind of weird scenario.
If you're a real, like, truth and transparency, Lana, if you're really, I will sub back to you if you go to Snake River and go try to find that murder weapon. That's what you need to do. People that are been following doing this case for 4 years, your job is to go to that damn river. Go find that murder weapon.
Yeah, we got to keep up with that. Somebody might actually try to do that.
So, even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time, they're just not interested. And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy. Now that my report's out, your guys' last name is all over that report, because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided. And then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone, but the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is insane.
It's been happening a lot. It's really,
if you off record, if you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know, but I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Sai. So with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road.
Okay, real quick. I want to point this out. Bryan Ensign, you're freaking, I ain't going to lie to you, bro. Great journalism. What he's doing right now is called a callback. So he's going back to what he said earlier about the A&W, which is great. This is A1 journalism. If we were like yeah, dude, this is great. It's a 101. Shout out to Bryan Ensign. The only thing I have against Bryan Ensign is the inmates getting locked up but we kind of blame 1090 Jake more for that. And I think both of them had a lot to do with those inmates getting locked up. But again, it was over phones. It ain't over. It was, I don't know. But go ahead. That's something way different.
You're saying
I had to
you
say it. It was on my mind.
mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that. And then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius, but all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart, and it's a pattern. It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second.
So this dude was shadowing them.
Yeah, bro. I know. Okay, so at the end of this video, the sister gets the mom says that those girls were scared for their life, but the sister was trying to basically say there's nothing to be scared about with him. That was an illusion what they had to go through. That was an illusion. He's not scary now, and it's funny. When you look at Bryan Kohberger, do we have a picture of him ready? I don't even know if we have one up here. I'll try to let me upload one.
It's been a while.
But when you look at him, bro, he's a creepy fuck, dude. He's a dude. He might be the creepiest dude fucking walking right now, bro. He's creepy.
So I was looking at his picture, man. I was looking at the ears to nose ratio, and then
he's not looks maxing at all, brother.
Definitely not look maxing. He does remind me of the guy from, if I'm not mistaken, Men in Black.
Yeah, he could. Bryan Kohberger could have played a villain in every fucking movie.
Poltergeist, the guy with the hat with the long hair.
Oh, bro, that movie used to scare the shit out of me when I was a jitterbug in Florida.
Yep, he's got a little bit more color than that guy. But if you look at him,
dude, is that the movie with the TV?
No, that's the movie with Poltergeist.
Yeah, the Poltergeist, bro, with the white. I remember it being like a white background, and I don't know. I was freaked the fuck out from that movie, bro.
And then you had the little kid. It was like
the little kid, bro.
Yeah.
Children of the Corn scared me too.
Yeah, I used to get referred to a reference as a child of the corn when I was younger. I had that corn silk hair.
Really?
Yeah, I was born.
You got pictures? You got something we can show?
I do. I'll send you some.
Yeah, send me some. I want to see that. Go ahead, though.
Gotcha.
I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan Kohberger's phone.
And then Bryan Kohberger goes into that apartment too. He goes in, he's in the same building with Maddie before the murders. This trial would have been a wrap. The jury would have seen this. You pro burgers, y'all been quiet, punching the air. Y'all punching the air right now. Come on. Let's continue.
Moves over to that apartment complex as well. And that's where he doesn't typically hang out in that complex. But this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school started, the phones intersect in Pullman.
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the family. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out who was he after. And Olivia can tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Road house. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. Like another thing.
So I ain't gonna lie to you, and I'm gonna be real.
Really chase that.
Be real. The way that he said that, he does care, because at the end of the day, his daughter and wasn't the target. I know, I'm not trying to, I'm not victim shaming or nothing like that. But in reality, I know that it's hard for them to say that, and he would be an asshole if he did say that. But I'm saying it for him. Like at the end of the day, when you look at the butterfly effect of life, it's like you're not blaming. Blame's not the right word, but it's like, man, if this didn't happen here, then this wouldn't have happened. But at the end of the day, it is BK's fault. At the end of the day, that is what it is. But what up, Blue?
Because I mean, they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore. So you're not true crime anymore. You're speculation, Hollywood fan fiction crap. And I would love for true crime to get back on focus and say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people are coming
So
together?
He's preaching right now.
and
Listen to this.
actually
He
have less
says
of-
we need to make true crime true again.
Yeah.
Because now true crime is just crime. Let's be real. Poetic Flacco is going to get his ass sued. He's blamed every single, and it goes along with this. He's blamed so many fucking people for the death of Nolan Wells. We don't know what happened to Nolan Wells. Stop blaming people. Bro, it's ridiculous. Go ahead, Blue.
Yo, it's crazy that you say that because we've been saying for years he's going to end up getting his ass whooped out there in California. But now I think you're really on to something. He's going to end up getting sued. 100%.
Him and Charleston White try to come in true crime. We gotta start pressing these dudes, bro. We can't let this happen. We gotta turn up. I'm gonna quit my job and I'm gonna work 24 hours of pressing these fuck boys. Because this is bullshit. Starting to get offended.
less murders and mass murders every single year. That's something we should work towards, not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. This is why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name. We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
You said no cleanup, Ty. I mean, right? That you think
There's no, he was in and out. We're talking minutes. And, I'm limited on some of this information. There was some reenactments that I know were done. And the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes. And if push ever came to shove and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactments. Like, there is no doubt that this is a single offender. But on that point, I think what you guys
No cleanup. No cleanup. Pause it right here. No cleanup. What? So I want to. Dang, I don't know how to word this without being fucking asshole. We have to. How to. Blue. Let's be real. Let's change the scenario. 4 dudes in the house, so all sleeping, right? Could you do it in 6 minutes, in and out?
Whoa.
I know it's a crazy question. You know what? Press play, dude. That was stupid. That was stupid. That was a setup. Press play.
And, Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. Basically there's things that aren't in a bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence of what that bathroom looked like before or after. Like, if we start building a case on that type of speculation, Bryan Kohberger's going to walk, right? That's just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out. And, I'm going to piece something together for you guys. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. Don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now. If you look at what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots. Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like, the guy who's never investigated homicide is going to be.
But I want to focus on that part of it of what. So DVS, I'm trying to understand what people are saying that he cleaned up. What did he clean up? What do you need to clean up when you're in there with gloves, mask? He took the knife. He left obviously the knife sheath.
Well, maybe there's something that we don't know. Maybe he did something where he, rearranged or moved something, or maybe the victims. Maybe he put things back in place if he had knocked them over. Who knows? I mean, it's not going to be an easy task doing what he did. I'm pretty sure there was some struggle, right? So I don't know. Who knows? It could be a whole, list
The
of things.
cleanup part isn't going to be the scene, because he's going in there with no part of him and his DNA supposed to be left. Like if he's gloved up and he doesn't get wounded, he's not going to leave any DNA. And besides his stupid fuck up of the knife sheath, which is a grateful fuck up because it's got got him to ultimately plead to this shit. But it just, and then the splatter, the blood pattern. They already said that, and I think that's coming up in a minute. I'll let him explain that part. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's where I was going. Maybe he did stage the scene. Maybe he put things in places where they weren't normally were, or he cleaned up like something was out of out of place, and his OCD came into effect, and he said, you know what? Let me put this in size order, type shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Now people still think he did it. That's the only thing that I didn't press people about, if you believe that he didn't do it alone at first. But they have his cell phone, and he already left his searches up from his porn history. If he did that, we would see text messages or something of someone that would help. Like we would have other suspects. And then, I don't know. But go ahead.
Quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this, and what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues this cease and
All right, let's get to the facts on this. Ann Taylor wants to fuck Bryan. Let's get the Ann Taylor. If they release the jail calls between Bryan Kohberger and Ann Taylor, they are fucking. She's already told him, throw me under the bus. I'm sure he's gonna get I don't know if he's got a new counsel yet, or he's still fucking with Ann Taylor. But it's like this dude says later on, it's an unhealthy relationship.
Turvey's saying Bryan Kohberger is innocent. That this is
is this a picture of Kohberger? Did you say, are these baby pictures of Kohberger?
Whoa, chill, son. Definitely not. Chill, son.
Wait a minute. This is Kohberger when he's a baby?
Absolutely not, man. That's me, man. Chill, man.
Oh, that's DVS when he's a baby. Oh man,
that was actually my first.
You look like Oliver Tree, bro.
No, yeah, that was my first foster home, man. Shout out to the Lewis.
You got the bowl cut, dude.
Patriotic. Yeah, you see it, right? I got the blonde hair, that silk, corn silk.
Damn, if you had told me that kid right there would end up being in the streets,
looking like a young Danny Green, Celtic warrior.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Definitely, yeah, it's hard.
Well, that brings some light. This was nice to see tonight. That was good to see you as a young Oliver Tree here.
Young Oliver Tree, that's right.
The people,
he
goes
a whole
as far
bunch
as
of
saying
trees.
Dylan is potentially how absolutely absurd. Yet Ann Taylor reprimands him from proclaiming BK's innocence. I come out with a book. I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Bryan Kohberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Bryan Kohberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brian Turvey said.
I didn't know this. I missed that. So he worked for. So, dude, this even makes it even crazier. This dude worked for the defense.
Oh shit!
This dude had all these facts from the defense.
Yeah, because they fucked up. They didn't want to present anything because then it was showed everything else that, you know what I mean?
Dude, I don't know why this whole time I thought he was working with the prosecution. I don't know where I missed that at. My bad. But that makes it even more crazy that he's sitting down right now, breaking his NDA, doing this.
The one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates, the Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I would have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness going on there.
We just learned that his family was there at the plea deal. His family was there, so they learned before we did. That's the disrespect.
What are you getting at, though, Si? If you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying to say a little more.
Bryan, it's in another move. God, he's such a good fucking interviewer. Go ahead.
We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Kohberger's attorney. Like this last year, she's the only person on the jail logs that was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out new counsel. She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Anne has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Like, don't say these things. And now we see Bryan drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Bryan Kohberger tell-all, I put it in the book. Like, the appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Anne are together on this. Turvey and Anne are not at odds. Anne needed some new information because that's the only way an ineffective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Anne is helping Bryan, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turvey. So Turvey comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Anne will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Anne come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer.
She would fall on top of his sword. Dude, she's, like I said, bro, there's something more there.
Yeah. So you know what's crazy, Plug?
She's going to go out on her shield.
Yeah, well, she's going to do that so he can get the appeal. But on another note, man, I got a daddy long leg climbing on my wall. I'm not running and jumping and going crazy, man. He's a part of the house now. He's good to go.
If you would have seen this wolf spider that was just in my house, you wouldn't be saying that.
Gotta
Florida different.
Florida is a very different place, man. You might be right. I might have fucking jumped in.
It was the size of a sand dollar, bro.
Hit the
Florida's like a fucking swamp with concrete on it, bro. I can't even fuck around with Florida.
No, Florida is a swamp.
And when it rains, they come in, man.
Oof.
But daddy long legs, oh, I can rock with a daddy long legs, bro.
Yeah,
Pause.
I think that's what it is.
I think that's what it is. Put the camera.
You're guessing now, bro.
Put the camera on it. Let me see. Let's study this spider real quick before we continue. I can't continue this unless I see the spider.
I got some questions for that spider.
Yeah, I got something for that web. Let me hear it. Yeah, it's a daddy long legs, bro. Zoom in. Yeah, look how long his legs are. I mean, it's self-explanatory, bro.
Some look shorter than others. I don't know. It looked a little buggy. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a that's a daddy long leg, bro.
I hope so, man. We're chilling right now. If he starts
you're chilling. You're good. You're good. He's killing mosquitoes.
You guys are bugged out tonight.
Yeah, if he starts moving weird, he's out. All right, let's get back to
this. Is who's bugged out, dude. I still can't get over how creepy this guy is, man.
Facts. That's a face of a sociopath right there.
Oh, he's moving. He's moving. Son. I gotta keep my eye on him. But he's all right. He's chilling. He's about to go in this corner real quick.
And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens, with this new thing. Yeah, I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer. There's They have a whole thing of him in ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. No, they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times.
That's
So
important. That is important. That shows the stamina. It's not about the punches. It's not about how many times he does it. It's about how much he did in a certain amount of time. It's the stamina.
Without getting winded, yeah, stamina, facts.
It just goes to show that he's capable of doing something like that.
I still stand on Bryan Kohberger would fuck Wade Wilson up. Bryan Kohberger would fucking kill Wade Wilson.
Hell in a cell. Hell in a cell. I'm going with Kohberger.
And they're both horrible humans. They're both horrible humans.
You got to remember Wade, man. He likes to
Wade can't fight. Wade can't. We've seen what Wade Wilson can't fight.
I hope Wade don't win. You don't know what he's gonna do next.
Well, Kohberger, there was rumors of him having gay searches in his phone. This guy kind of brushes it off, and that's going to come up in a minute too. And it goes in with Wade Wilson because they both were, had gay, whatever. But yeah, Kohberger takes out Wade Wilson. Kohberger kills Wade Wilson for sure in a Hell in a Cell.
Actually, more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
Hold on, real quick. One more. Out of Pino and Kohberger, who wins Hell in a Cell?
Kohberger.
Oh my god, dude! He's going
to weapons involved or hand-to-hand combat.
Bro, we got to give. All right, we're gonna give Kohberger a lock and a sock, and we're gonna give Pino brass knuckles. I got Pino all day. He's undefeated with brass knuckles.
Yeah, I don't think Kohberger's a fighter. At least
bro, he's undefeated. Dude.
I'll tell you right now, man. If one can hold you down, two can rape you. I'm just saying.
Whoa! All right, continue. I don't know that's some you New York motherfuckers are crazy.
Ian Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about the ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender, to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following a plea deal. That is incredibly rare. Like the case is done. No one is in contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't.
So I just want to clarify something, right? The saying or the little phrase that I just mentioned.
Yeah. So say grape. Don't say the R word again.
So
I know what you were saying. You're saying basically when you're in prison, you can't. Two people could hold you down, and one person could do that. The booty and it.
No, it's
it happens.
One person. It's if one person can hold you down, right? Then you're done. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's done. The point is, don't ever let anybody hold you down to the point where, somebody else could do some harm to you. It's a training metaphor for those who've done jujitsu. It's a jujitsu kind of saying or a thing, but it's a little dark. I apologize.
Kim says she's not related to Chris Watts, and Mallory is not related to Ann Taylor. That's good to know. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together down there, but no, we get what you're saying there. Now back to what they're saying though about the relationship between the lawyer and Kohberger. It's there's something more there. She's still, dude. The case is done. He pled. She's still visiting him.
Yeah, 100%. Something
She
going
fell in
on.
love with him, bro. They fell in love with each other, bro. It's a
Well,
This is supposed to be a freaking horror flick. It turned into a love story.
we got to remember, how many Wade wives did Wade have? Right, all those chicks were sick.
And there's rumors with him and that one Olga lady.
Yeah, and then remember they were trying to say that his lawyer was a little too chummy with him.
Yeah, she was like I don't know. She wasn't a lawyer. She was, yeah, that's that Olga. Her name, I think her name was Olga or something like that. Go ahead though.
It was like a paralegal or a fill-in. She was like a fill-in, I think.
There is a Netflix show coming out on Kohberger soon too, I believe. I don't know if it's out yet or a documentary or something coming out. Go ahead.
Me is very telling. I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a regular routine between Ann and Bryan that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times, which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
Yeah, I was told by insiders that it's a small community we live in that said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there evidence? I'll save Steve for a minute.
All right, pause it right there. So when they're saying save him, he's going into some shit. So basically, at one point, Steve was actually on some conspiracy stuff too. He was saying, that he. I think I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about this. Chat, let me know if I'm right, Miss Watts and all y'all. But I think he was saying that there was something more to it, the case, than just Bryan Kohberger. Now, but right there, he's saying now that he was throwing them out to fuck with Ann Taylor to get her off her trail because all she was focusing on was him and his theories.
Is there? I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Cy, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff. And quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
For me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature.
So right there,
of the porn.
Let's do a jury trial. Let's bring up his cert. When the jury sees that he was looking up R-word P, and I can't believe they even have that shit, right?
Aware of her.
Bro,
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, you're fine.
But it just goes to show that he has problems with women then. Because if he's into gay porn, he must like that sexually, right? That must be an arousal thing for him. But if it's going into things with women, he might have something against women. I think that might be where he might be leading to.
Yeah, man. This is we're learning so much shit. Let's continue.
Drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent. Which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor.
BDSM? Is that what that's called?
Say what now?
BDSM? Is that what that's called?
BDSM.
To another level, though?
No, that's more like snuff. That's more like
Oh shit, your voice changed. This is something you're into. Go ahead.
no, because it's touchy, bro. Like I don't know if
Yeah, to get low key with it, bro.
yeah, because like, bro, that's like when you start talking about that stuff, especially around phones, man, you might be more, you know what I mean? But that word in itself, it explains everything that he's speaking about. If those who haven't watched movies from back in the day, there's a particular movie that was strictly just basically on snuff, and it's horrendous. There's still videos out there that they don't know if it was real, fake, or how it happened or who it happened to. But there is a collector's base of people that look for those sort of things.
Interesting.
You get through that. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character. I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns, and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th. And as an investigator who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks, the next month. Like, that is a really critical period too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this. And the very next day, he heads to Moscow, he turns his phone off, he turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnhart said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had the exact same phone. But basically, he went through a pattern. He turned off the Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode, then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring back.
So he probably thought a VPN doesn't switches your location on your phone. It doesn't work like that. So a VPN just switches your IP. like your location. That's how they're probably able to see that he went to Snake River. Because his stupid ass thought he was probably on a VPN. Bro, Kohberger, man. For him to have a college degree, shit, he's a retard, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't think he had the thought through process on what really takes place with the technology. I think he was too smart for his own good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Asperger's or something, definitely.
Absolutely.
Same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anyone who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV, rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught. And we need.
And the reference that I was making to the movie that I was talking about earlier was 8mm. Nicolas Cage is a real thing.
Need that same message in these murder cases.
He's talking about the Kohberger's history and him, but then him not doing that. They're talking about how he would have he knew that he couldn't do that because you got the fluid exchange.
Yeah, but in his mind, he might have enacted this out later in his head. You never know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah, you get off from the act itself. It's not like he needed to.
Yeah. Who's to say that he didn't when he did this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he busted in his pants like a fucking weirdo.
Chiseled.
And I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to. I'm trying to work on.
Thank your podcast, Bryan Enton.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just going to tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified. About 2 years ago, maybe 3, man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer, just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG. And they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG. And like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case. And they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through Massachusetts right now. He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't, they are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court.
So yeah, that's another thing that they could do, so it doesn't have to be admissible. Because once it gets shot down, presented in case law, and it's not admissible, they can move forward, and then vice versa. But that's usually what they do. They wait for some sort of law to be passed to X out something that can, it's a game of chess. So to X out any kind of move in the future for any person that would go against them, counteract anything that they're doing.
With Kohberger and Mackenzie, we covered Mackenzie earlier. They're both fighting their cases after they've already been convicted and pled. Now with Kohberger, he did a plea deal. Now plea deal, it is so hard to get that. DBS, have you ever heard of anybody that have already took a plea, being able to get their case? I mean, okay, I understand like DNA comes up. Kim Kardashian did a couple cases where DNA comes up and they get a retrial, or they get they get it all wiped out. But you don't see it that like right after, like this dude just fucking pled guilty and admitted to murder. The judge asked him, "Are you guilty of this crime that you committed?" And he said yes.
Yeah, once you admit that plea, anything after that would have to be like extraordinary circumstances where they held you down and tortured you, or they held some sort of leverage against you. But everybody can see clearly that he's just reality has set in to some extent, and he realizes that he is going to be in there for the rest of his life. He's either going to die of old age, or somebody's going to do us a favor and send him where he needs to go and meet the person or the maker, and that'll be that. And I think he knows that that's going to happen a lot sooner than him actually dying of old age. I know tormenting is an understatement of what he's going through. I know they are pushing buttons, they're getting into the psyche, they're probably banging on walls, hitting his cell, saying things, probably anything that you can muster up with any kind of intent to push somebody's button, they're probably doing it by 100 times of whatever you can think. So he's not in the best position. He's not going to be chilling and relaxing. He's going to be going through it.
One of the things that he said is that there was unidentified hair in the hands of Ethan, and that ended up being, I believe, either one of the victim's hairs or his hair. It ended up getting proved by the prosecution, or it was going to be presented in court. So he actually took what the Kohberger's been saying and used it in his withdrawal plea, and it's a lie. It's like he has a lie in there. And then he says he got threatened by his counsel about going to a death row cell over life in prison. Like I don't see how they could flip any. I don't know if they could flip any of that. Especially you still got a relationship that even goes against it. You still got a relationship with the person that allegedly threatened you.
Yeah, this is why it's not going to go anywhere, and it just shows. You got to remember, he obviously doesn't understand the digital footprints and everything that was used against him, right? The pinging and all that IgG stuff. visitor logs and calls and all that, that's also recorded. So for him to not be thinking in a sense of, doing better than what he did before, it just goes to show that there's definitely some sort of spectrum, right? And he's going through whatever the repercussions of what he did. He's feeling those right now at the highest level possible. And I don't think he would want to go to death row, right? Because you're still going to die. So you would turn your plea back over and then get sentenced eventually to death row? Like, what do you think? You're going to come back? They're going to look at your case and say, oh, there's extraordinary circumstances for us to say, you know what, you're not guilty, or we violated your rights to the point where we're going to throw this case out. I remember that was a thing, Plug. We were always thinking that, there could be a slight possibility because of their fuck ups that they might throw the case out. Very slim. But I'm pretty sure for him, he was timesing that by 100.
Well, it's not a simple murder; it's ×4, and you can't fuck up on that. We know that he would, bro. There's more of a chance that he would go commit murder again over a lot of other people that are convicted right now. Like, I don't know if I'm not even gonna say no names because I don't. That'd be stupid. But you know what I mean. Like, this dude was gonna go on a rampage, bro.
Yeah, he thinks he's so smart. It's stupid.
And he went, dude, he gets addicted to stuff. He was addicted to heroin. He was addicted to working out. He was addicted to school at one point. And then he got addicted to fucking want to commit murder.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
And you know what I mean? I mean, bro, I have that shit. The hyper focus fucking shit. I get addicted to one thing and I'm focused on it.
Yeah. I wouldn't put that in the same category as this guy, but you definitely, when you put your mind to something, you definitely make it happen without the, I guess.
Dude, if I ever became a serial killer, dude, it'd be Chomos, bro. Allegedly.
And you wouldn't be a serial killer. You would be some sort of vigilante justice seeker and helping those innocent children that once, needed protection. That's the way it would be looked at. That's how I would look at it. I send you commissary and everything.
After watching we talked about this the other day with the Menendez brothers, right?
Yep.
You know for a fact they're sitting behind them bars. Even let's say they hypothetically got because I don't know if I necessarily believe it. They got molested and all this stuff, and that's why they killed their parents. Well, first of all, you shouldn't have killed your mom, but they killed their mom because the mom would let it happen or whatever. But they regret it. They're sitting there still regretting that they did it. So, like, the vigilante thing, it's not realistic. We're just, you know what I mean? It's like,
we're just
it's not going to. I tell you one thing: if I get cancer and I got like 20, maybe, dude, that might be a possibility.
Hey, yeah. Oh, whoa. Hey, I don't know where we're going with this, but this is getting, I think you're talking too much, a little too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, man. We're going on 3.5 hours strong, kid. You got work tomorrow?
Yeah,
you working tomorrow?
I am working tomorrow, man.
Oh,
we'll wrap it
that's
up.
that laser focus, man. That's that laser focus. I don't know
Dude,
how this is going to affect you tomorrow.
We can never finish a video, though. This is a long video, though.
It's an hour and 22 minutes. We've been on here for about 3.5 hours. See how much more we got. Because I think maybe we should come back tomorrow night. We're a little bit more than halfway through. We're at 46 minutes. So
I got to talk about this lawsuit I'm involved with one of these lives.
Oh, whoa. Let's not.
Yeah, Byron Blake at 1090 Jake's lawsuit, bro. That has me all in it, man.
Oh, you're the catalyst.
Lucky. I don't understand how you're not fucking in it, but whatever.
I kind of dodged a bullet on that one. I went up there.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell you dodged a bullet.
I don't know, man. I think it was my good journalism. I think it was my good questions. And I fell on the sword to an extent. Not all the way. Maybe a quarter way.
Shout to Greg, dude. Greg's in the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. Y'all lit.
Yeah.
You avoided that, bro. And
lot of stuff has come out. So so this is what I know. Since 1090 Jake is getting sued, Byron Blake has the ability now to know where he lives and all this shit. I don't know why, I don't know how, but he was able to find out that 1090 Jake actually owes taxes, and the feds are involved, and they have a lien on his house.
What? Oh man, this is getting dangerous, man.
I know,
Whoa.
dude. Bro, I'm like, holy shit, bro. What is going on, dude?
Shots fired. They are shooting at each other figuratively. Civilly, I guess. I guess we could say civilly.
And honestly, for like 1090 Jake's one of these creators that for his address to get leaked out, it's a big deal for him. Like he needs to, because remember, you drop your flag from an organization that is known for putting in work, and then not really talking highly of them on interviews, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know what took place with that. Usually when that sort of thing takes place, there's usually an indictment not too far around the corner, and dudes are just like, you know what, it's time for me to separate myself from any kind of bullshit that may arise.
Let me run this down with the people that don't understand what we're talking about. So me, DBS, and Ronnie Blue Eyes, we've covered the prison genre. There was a YouTuber in that genre, and Ronnie's brother actually grew up with the guy. But
Yep.
1090 Jake's channel is called End of Sentence. He does true crime, but it's more hip hop. But it's true crime, and he gets paperwork. For the most part, he does a pretty good job when it comes to like paperwork and stuff.
I'm always going to look at it as capitalizing off of the hood, but okay, we can go with that.
Yeah, the way you look at it, right? Now, one day he came. We were around this time, probably like 3 hours in one of our lives. The link was dropped. Oh no, he was in the chat.
And I had said something. Yeah, I had said something to the effect of when he said something about his grievance. It's funny that we go back to this. I had mentioned something about his grievance, and then I guess he realized where I was going with it, and he had to come up here and clean it up. When he came up here, shit didn't add up, so things went left a little bit, and he kind of flew off the handle on Byron Blake, right? And Byron Blake, I guess, counteracted that with a video, and then there was some back and forth. And then what? How long ago did this happen with this lawsuit, Puck?
The lawsuit happened a couple weeks ago. He was on our live 3 months ago. The video ended up getting privated. The video's not even out, but it was out for enough time for Byron Blake to clip it, and then he's using that as evidence for suing 1090 Jake for $10 million. Now 1090 Jake's made one video on Byron Blake. Byron Blake has made 72 videos on 1090 Jake and ended up getting the channel took down. Now, either way you look at it.
Whoa, hey, yo, what? So he got Byron Blake's channel taken down, right?
Well, Whack 100 claimed
allegedly.
And Whack has been wanting to come on and talk about it, but we're not going to do it tonight. But it's crazy. We definitely have to cover that fully. The lawsuit's crazy. $10 million.
Yeah, that's a lot
of money.
That's a lot of money, man. I think
1090 Jake hasn't even made that in his whole fucking YouTube career, bro. He's probably made one or two.
I think maybe he's close around 2.5 by now.
Well, we can look it up, but I don't know.
Either way, man, things are starting to get crazy out here in these YouTube streets. Shooting channels down, putting in lawsuits and litigation. It's getting crazy.
Well, yeah, bro. And Poetic Flacco, dude, he's the Nolan Wells case, right? Officer Tatum, everyone's talking shit about him, dude. At least he went to the island. I haven't seen Poetic Flacco dude. He's doing some journalistic shit, bro. I know people might not like Officer Tatum. You might not like him because of his views, but you got to respect his journalism.
So I do respect his journalism. I don't respect the cop part, right? I do understand that that's something that helps him with his interviewing skills and his journalism, right? But FTP for me all the way. And but I do like his interviewing skills, and I
It's
think he.
FTP until one of your kids need it.
Oh no! Whoa! All right, here we go. Since we're gonna play devil's advocate, right? I believe that the enforcement agencies that are hired to protect the citizens of the community are there for just that. They should be focused on those crimes.
They work
Yeah.
for us. They're
Yeah, they work
public
for us.
servants.
Now, when
Yeah.
they start using crime as a money grab and
Yeah.
to fund the whatever this is county or city that you live in, and it's not for the people, and they're using the demise and the
Basically,
unfortunate
like this,
situation. I
Tupac
don't
said
fuck
it
with it.
best. Remember when Tupac went on national television and he said, I'm when I say fuck the police, I'm saying fuck the dirty cops. If you're a good cop and you saved kids and you're out here protecting the community, doing it the right way, not planting dirty evidence, not lying, not going out trying to kill, because that's another thing too we've been seeing these cops on their high horse, real trigger happy, killing people, right?
I think
Now,
that's yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
I think that was more towards the new agency that's been set abroad into the streets of society.
Well, not before that, dude.
With the Chappos.
Sandra Bland wasn't a ATF agent, brother,
Well,
or ICE agent,
no, definitely wasn't. And rest in peace to Sandra Bland, because the way
or
they did
Tiana
that.
Taylor, or
Yeah,
not Tiana, Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor too. Yeah, that's another one. There is a lot of police brutality.
But with Nolan Wells, DVS, you can't sit here and point at one person or point at any, but you have no evidence that he got murdered.
I'm going off of what's been presented, and what has been presented looks like some sort of smokescreen cover up to something else that took place, because there's too many coincidences and too much inconsistency at the same time. I saw the interviews, and both those friends allegedly, the alleged friends, for me, this is my opinion, there's something else going on. There's something
Better
that
say allegedly. You better
I did say
allegedly.
allegedly. This is why I said this is my opinion, and
Because I'm
allegedly.
telling you, Warren is suing people.
Well, all I'm saying is the stories have some inconsistencies and a lack of, whether it be consistency or emotional, consistency within the case. It's just, for me, it's off. And
Somebody
listen,
said the autopsy didn't show anything of murder. The only thing that was questionable for me, why the throat wasn't sent to Washington D.C., but the regular medical examiner's autopsy leans more towards that he drowned. Now, something came out today. Plunder put something out saying, Plunder True Crime, salute to her. She put something out today saying that there was a burn on his calf, like it was the whole side, like he had a large burn. Like,
well, could that be from the engine of the boat? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, unless there was something else that happened. And my question, I'm veering off a little bit. What is it that this kid said to him when they parted ways, when he was going with that girl that he allegedly went with? What was it that was slighted? Because he did say some slightful shit that he never said in detail, right? So the last words that you did say to him, which were, nobody knows, but there was some slight in there because he mentioned it himself.
you're talking about the black kid or the white kid they interviewed, DBS? I know that black kid isn't black enough for you. That he even said in an interview.
Whoa! What the?
No.
What?
We're not gonna shy away from it. He said it in the interview. He said, "I'm not black enough for everybody. The black community is against me. They're calling me a murderer."
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like to get into that kind of stuff, man. But I don't know. There's something off with that kid. For me, allegedly, there's just something's not right. There's stories are not. It's just there's just not. I can't put my finger on it, but there's just something that's off.
I wish we can, maybe tomorrow we can react to Officer Tatum's video, and because DL Hoogley has entered the chat. You got beef right now. Officer Tatum versus Poetic Flacco, DL Hughley, whole bunch of other black creators that's going against him, saying that he's they're calling him an Uncle Tom and all kinds of shit. Bro, he's actually just being bro, you can hate on him for being a cop. I get it. You can hate on him for other cases, but he went to Horn Island. He's interviewed two of the people that were there. Like, he's doing a good job, at least doing more. What Poeta Flacco's is talking shit, bro, accusing people. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, when it comes to other podcasters doing what they're doing, um, I think ethics and integrity is something that's lacking, right? I think people are getting sidetracked with the content aspect of it and trying to figure out a moment, you know.
So I want to know. I want to know what you know. What do you know about this case? What do you? And then I'm gonna ask you what do you think. But I want to know what you know.
Well, what I know right now is that it's been ruled a drowning. There has been two autopsies that have been done. Um, one has
It
been
technically wasn't ruled a drowning. They couldn't rule it anything. Just to let you know that.
Oh, so that I don't know shit then, bro. Because at the end of the day, what are we talking about? These two kids going up there, and they haven't said anything about drowning, but that's what seems like what they're aiming towards. Because there's nothing else. I mean, other than the fact that this kid's throat is missing and didn't travel with him from autopsy 1 to autopsy 2.
So we were told that's a normal thing, which I don't. I guess it
How?
can't.
What's so special about the throat that you got to keep and doesn't follow the body? And right, if he drowned, wouldn't that be a big part of the drowning identification? I mean, other than fluid being
Okay,
in the
let's think
lungs.
about America. Let's think about America, though, right? We see corruption. We've seen corruption in the Karen Reed case. We know, and we've seen corruption in other cases. There's been corruption in other states. Now you look at Mississippi. I feel like if it would happen anywhere, it would be there. But what are they hiding? What was it? This is my thing, right? What was the motive, and which individual did it, and how could all these individuals? And this is another thing too is they all talked to police. Remember the media? I think even TMZ reporters. Nobody was talking. They all lawyered up. They probably did lawyer up, a couple of them, obviously because they're the ones suing now. But they all spoke to police,
And my thing is, right, when I watch
and
this
they took a
interview,
stress test. By the way,
I get all that, right? But when it comes to when they were speaking, because it seemed like they have really good PR. The boys that had the interview with that podcaster, the cop, they both tiptoe. And you mentioned this too, that kind of like made me think about it even more. But when I was watching the interview, I thought about it when I was watching it, and I said, this kid is so careful about how he represents the drinking aspect of what it is that they were doing, right? They made it seem so normal. They didn't make it seem like they were shit faced. They used it and they spoke about it in a responsible manner, right? And everybody accepted it. Even Officer Tatum or whatever his name is. It was just kind of like stroked over, like, oh, okay, this kid presented himself in such a way where we're not going to stick to that. And nobody else did either. Nobody is stating the facts, right? That all these kids were underage, they were all shit faced, and not one person, and mind you, nobody's saying, yo, I mean, other than the situation, he lost his life. But everything that adds up to what took place, alcohol was a major contribution of what it is that took place. And I don't think it's being, touched on enough. But I also believe, right, in my sick way of thinking, that's what's being used to cover up and I guess, how could I say this, Plug? Because I mentioned this to you before.
I think it's important that people need to like. I remember being that kid too. I was popping perks and drinking before I was 21, and it affected my life. I wish I never did that shit. Right? I remember drinking the Four Loko. I remember the best feeling I had was I was already on a lower tab. I was like 15, and then I drank a Four Loko with the caffeine in it. Oh my gosh, bro. I was on a different level. And I think that played a big part in the death of Nolan Wells, unfortunately, was he wasn't 21. He was out there drinking. He got really, really drunk. Something happened.
Now, if someone killed him, they need to be held accountable. But for right now, we ain't have any evidence to point any finger at anybody. We got someone backstage too.
Yeah, it says something that would be. I thought it was somebody that we knew, but I don't
Is
know.
that Blue? I think it's Blue Eyes.
I'm not sure, man. He would have to.
Oh no, we might have to put the curtain up just in case, huh?
Put the curtain up.
No, that ain't the right one. That ain't the right one. Hold on. We'll put Kohberger up for a minute.
Yeah, it's your boy Blue.
Oh, okay, got it. It's Blue. All right. Got you, brother. Got you. No, but we're talking about Nolan Wells, man. We already went through. We went Mackenzie Shirilla, Bryan Kohberger, Nolan Wells. Now, it's a circus. It's a circus, and I don't understand how it got to this. Right? I feel like if any other race does, okay, so let's say if a crime happens to any other race and they go get, I don't know, white people can't do this. White people can't go grab anybody and then start going a podium with a whole bunch of other white people and then dude, it would be DVS, you'd be calling that racist, right? Cat got his tongue, bro. Cat got his tongue.
No, absolutely not, man. I was fixing up my thing, man. I had a technical difficulty. Repeat it one more time for me so I can answer the question correctly.
Okay, so with Nolan Wells with Nolan Wells' death, you have Mr. Crump, Mr. Sharpton. You get them all, everybody on stage. There's no white person on stage, and they make it into a crime against white people did against a black person. Now you have it doesn't make a lot of sense because we don't have
no pun intended, but it does sound fishy. I'm just saying.
I understand it sounds fishy, but you don't even have a white fucking you don't even have a person that is on trial as a white person that done it already.
It's a group
this
of
isn't like
collective
Breonna
whites.
Taylor. This is different. Dude, listen. R.I.P. to Sandra Bland, R.I.P. to George Floyd, R.I.P. to almost every but this one, I'm like, wait a minute. We don't even have a white I can't write on this. We don't even have a white suspect.
The white suspects are the white suspects. He's the only black person there. Everybody's a suspect.
There's a black suspect too then.
Oh.
There was black people on the island. Did you know that, DVS? I mean, you got an interview from one of them.
I know, but it's still there's something fishy.
Bro, he's not black enough for you. That's your issue.
Here we go. You've been trying to get me to say that shit since you asked the question, and I like how you trail this shit around.
Stop fucking around with the people, man.
Yeah, I'm out of here, man.
No, don't leave, dude.
No, listen, man. Listen. All I'm saying is, man, it's something fishy's going on, and I don't know what it is, but I'm invested in this case.
You're invested into it. Nancy Grace has been invested into it too. So she called out Officer Tatum and said, you know, you're talking about you told everybody they passed a lie detector test. That's not true. So they didn't pass. And I'm playing devil's advocate. Now we're going to jump on the other side. They didn't pass a lie detector test. They passed a stress test. Big difference.
Anybody
can be held up in court.
Test. You pucker up enough, man, you'll be all right.
You've got to puck. Is that how you pass it? You pucker up?
Allegedly.
I thought a stress test is just like verbal talking, right?
No, I think a stress test would be something from what I know of a stress test, some sort of how could I say this, radioactive wand that's connected to this machine, and I guess depending on, I don't know. I'm popping shit right now. The stress test I'm talking about could have been some flim-flamsy box bullshit, but who knows? I don't think that would say much anyways, because the stress would just show that you're feeling guilty or not guilty, right? Because if something was done, it's already been done. They've already had enough time to cool off. Adrenaline's up and adrenaline's down. So what the fuck would the stress test do? What would it say that wouldn't you know, show us something else. I don't know.
Pucker up, Buttercup.
Pucker
That's a
up,
great saying.
Buttercup.
It's a shout out to Mallory. No, because right now it's turned into okay with Carmelo Anthony. We have the person that passed away and the person that did it allegedly, right? And we know what race they are. That led into a race war, and it went crazy. With this, we don't even have the other side. We don't even really know if even if that did happen. That's what these creators. That's why they're getting sued, and that's why shit's about to go down. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I believe it is crazy, but we'll see in the near future how this goes.
How you think it's
Stanley,
gonna now? Now I want to know what you think. Now we got to the fact part. I want to know what you think.
as of right now, man, due to the lack of certain things that should be presented or haven't been presented that were there, right? Um, I think that plays a significant role on where this case,
No, give me
goes.
a play-by-play. He gets on the boat. He goes to the island. He meets the girl. What happens? Because that's
Oh
where
no, I'm not
that's
trying.
where.
Listen, I told you what I think. I think
Well, no, you got to tell the people what you think.
didn't we just talk about people getting sued because they were saying shit that did? Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
You
I'm a
passed
little
the
nervous.
test.
I'm a
Congratulations,
little
you did
nervous right
pass
now.
the test.
Thank you, brother. I'll see you later,
You,
brother.
you passed the test, brother. Good job. No, but yeah.
Because if I say what I really want to say, man, I'm gonna be looked at as a fucking crazy person. I should write movies. That's what they're gonna say. You should be a movie writer.
You should be Stephen King.
Not so much Stephen King. I would go with like a Cruel Intentions kind of director. Maybe I Know What You Did Last
Cruel
Summer.
Intentions.
That kind of
That's
thing,
Barry
bro.
Wood's favorite movie, dude.
Shout out to Barry Wood.
Um, yeah, you can't speculate. You can't speculate. You could, but it's sad, bro. And I feel so bad for the parents of Nolan Wells. Um, but you do have people on X that are exposing their like bloodline and showing that on the mom's side, she's technically not all the way black, like her, but it doesn't even really matter. But it's just so like they're pointing that out because they're trying to point shit out that's not true either. So it looks very similar to the Carmelo Anthony case. It's gonna get nastier. TikTok, they're going live about it every day. YouTube, they're clickbaiting about it every day. We're seeing it all over the field. It's getting nasty. So we'll see what happens, man. Corrupt,
Yeah,
are you there? Corrupt, he came up stage, but I think he wasn't ready. We'll put him backstage. We're wrapping up, y'all. We're about to dip out. YouTube streets. It's been a great live.
great live, man. I'm out of here, plug. I'll talk to you sometime in a few hours on the way to work, man. Everybody in the chat, everybody watching, everybody supporting. Thank you as always. I'm out. Stay humble, but stay responsibly dangerous. And to the next one, man. Plug. I'll catch you on the next one. Ronnie Blue Eyes, Scandalous Squad. You already?
Yeah.
Catch up with you fellas later. Have a good
DBS
one.
does work.
Yeah, check that out too. DVS does work, man. I'm gonna have a lot of content coming over there. I'm out.
The motherfucker's
Over and out.
mopping the Oliver Tree, and he looks like Oliver Tree. He's hilarious. Life goes on and on and on and on and on. All right, Blue, man. What up? You got anything you need to promote? Shout out. Go ahead, bro.
Everybody stay tuned. Boston Boss, Ronnie Blue Eyes. Look out for the movie Blue Eyes. Check out the page. I'm uploading videos every day. New shots coming. Behind the scenes, shooting this music video. Crazy shit coming. Scandalous shit.
Big Scando. That's what I'm
Check
talking
it
about,
out.
bro.
Scandal Squad.
What about Mass, man? Anything new? Any cases that are popping up? Anything important going on in Mass right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness going on right now. I sent a few to the group chat. I don't know if it went through because my phone died, but there's a few things going on out here. Some dude just wrote a book on the Karen Reed case and shit like that. So shit is turning up out here, bro. I got one in particular that I want to bring to your attention. Maybe we could cover it. But yeah, there's a lot going on. I found this new page we can react to too.
Yeah,
I got the
man.
green light.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, y'all got some stuff going on, bro. I had to check that out. Trying to think what else is going on. Those are to me what we covered right now. What's good? So, oh yeah, Jeremy. All right, so I don't know if you've been reading the comments, but the Jeremy DeWitt shit, there's people that's been following that case for a long time, and they're starting to nitpick every little thing. So, I don't know how we can learn more about that case. We already did the Turkey Tom video. That shit was important. Did y'all react to Turkey Tom? I can't remember if we did or not.
Shit, I'm not sure. DVS and I just did a video. I don't know if that was it.
Yeah, we just dropped that. The one
the
last
next
one
one,
y'all
I think
did.
I think that's the next one coming.
Okay, so yeah, y'all keep going on that shit. People like watching that.
We're gonna keep on that. Yo, in the middle of shooting a few music videos. I got some crazy girls in this new video is gonna be crazy. I got the whole squad pulled up. It's real scandalous shit. But I'm gonna be posting some behind the scenes shit, shots and shit like that up to YouTube. So anybody that want to see some dope dirt bikes, some beautiful women, some dope pit bulls and dogs, pull up, check out the page, Ronnie Blue Eyes, Boston Boss, Scandalous Squadron, aka Scandal Squad, aka Shamrock Squad, dollar signs and clover, Shamrocks for my soldiers. You know this. Let's go.
Damn, dog. I thought we was already done. I thought the live was over. Hey, man, shout out to everybody out there in the YouTube streets world, man. I've been out there in the chat. I wasn't in the studio all night, man. But y'all killed it. Look, I felt like I ain't even need to come nowhere near this motherfucker because I could have did no justice, man.
It was
y'all
an
handled
information
work.
based live. It wasn't. Yeah, I know what you're saying because we were trying to get. We had to get through the habeas corpus with Mackenzie Shirilla, and we had to get through that video with Bryan Kohberger. So that to me, that's the two most important things that's popped up in true crime. I don't need to listen to a Sarah Boone call right now. I give two shits about Sarah Boone right now. It's irrelevant. We got important things. We got people that are locked up that possibly, and I'm saying this as a devil's advocate, and on the other side of the coin, possibly could be freed. It could get a retrial or whatever. Shit could change. Look at fucking Alex Murdoch, dude.
Bro, the whole system different. Like, think about the 90s, early 2000s, man. Wasn't nobody getting out of nothing type thing, hardly. You know, like, and they were getting crazy sentences. It's a whole new world.
It's cameras. It's fucking GPS's phones. Like Kohberger,
world, bro.
Kohberger, if you were so smart, why did you not have a flip phone? Why are you looking at the P word of inappropriate stuff, of doing horrible stuff to women on the dark web? Go ahead.
I heard you say something about college degree earlier. Somebody brought up his college degree. I mean, I ain't knocking the college degree, but it's not the end all be all either.
I think if you get your doctorate, like if you do 8 years, like Dr. Vona, shout out to Dr. Vona, like if you do 8 years, come on, bro. But what he did, what he get his bachelor's, and he was going back to get his master. Was he trying to get his master? I don't even know what he was trying to get, bro. But his handwriting, the way that he acted, like the dude wasn't all the way there, bro. Like, and he's he was on the way to being a serial killer. I think that they obviously had his phone. They could see that if he did it. Bro, oh, I don't know if we missed that. We missed that in the interview, but that guy even says that Kohberger was at other people's houses, bro. He had other targets. Now, who these targets
That's
was, will
crazy.
we ever know? Will we ever know these targets? I don't think so.
Fortunately not. Because the only way we know them is how we know
I should rephrase that. I hope they know. I hope they at least told them.
Yeah.
Because I would like to know. I would like to have known if I was getting stalked by somebody that went out and killed somebody else.
That's one for the chat, bro. Would you nothing happened, right, to you personally? But would you rather know that it could have been a possibility the whole time, or would you rather just go on living life? Because like if you know it, then obviously you're gonna hold some trauma with it, but that trauma gonna make you prepared for anything ever more. But if you don't know it, ignorance is bliss.
You remember the Bryan Kohberger? He was a rapper at one time, bro.
I remember the case, bro, but I don't know it like y'all know it. Like y'all can sit up here and talk these details and everything. Like I just know the heinous act, honestly.
He was a better rapper than Wade Wilson too.
Well, I mean, I heard Wade Wilson rap.
What about Dom Russo? Dom Russo's a better rapper than both of them, I think. But
Dom Russo, yeah.
Dom
Dom
Russo actually
Russo
had
got
actual, like, he made beats. He did the
your boy
production. He actually
Dime, bro.
he was a real artist. He was a real artist. Bryan Kohberger went on one rap song with some bro, he tried to do some nerdy ass shit.
What you mean, man? You mean like some Logic or like some what's his name? More than
That's crazy. I
300
was thinking
hat?
the same shit.
No,
Chance
Logic
the
is okay.
Rapper.
So
But he's
Logic,
nice with it.
Logic is an
Yeah, they
MC.
nice. But bro, you don't look at them like, you know what I mean?
Nah, he tried to do it like Theodore fucking that one fucking English dude. Like, dude, he tried to. I don't know what. Like, it's not. It's like Rick Rolled, bro. It's not Logic or like real MCs like Russ or like some real MCs.
Oh,
Like
bro,
there was no bars
I
in there.
found a whole new style, bro. Whole new style, bro. Found a whole new style.
What's your style? Country rap?
Nah, bro. Nah. It ain't country rap, man. I'm talking about like, like delivery, like whole new style, bro. Like, you know how you be going through modes where you switch up, like, you know what I mean? Like I've been
Bro,
stuck
I'm
in
a top 5 true
1999
crime rapper. I
forever.
hope you know that. You're talking to a top 5 true crime artist.
Bro,
Continue.
I know who I'm talking to. Damn it, Plug. I know who
I
Plug
started a whole
is.
genre. I started a genre, dude.
I know New Age Plug. You did it again. I know that motherfucker, bro.
I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Let them know, bro. I already know. Let them know.
That is crazy that it is its own genre, bro. That's like and then my best music comes out when it's the true crime involved. Like I can't like I make a regular song, this shit's trash, bro. But if I make a fucking Wade Wilson diss song or Sarah Boone diss song, it comes out way better.
There's a margin in there, bro. If you could find a fine line in there, man, you can make a great hit song that hits for like everybody, but it still has that true crime rap base to it. Like I don't know, you have to figure that shit out, but it's there, bro. There, because you good enough, you know what I mean? Like you make good enough music that
Yeah, I wonder who's gonna start, dude. You know what they do is the AI like that's the only really person we're battling now, and if you're an artist, like you're battling AI, like they're making AI true crime songs and shit. That's what you're battling, bro.
Man, that stuff's running its course, though.
I don't know what program Icewood used, but dude, that Icewood dude, he had the best AI music. Dude, that shit was actual like it was crazy, bro.
He did kill it, bro. He was killing it.
I did the YouTube Streets Awards. I'm gonna give out one award already. That definitely is gonna happen in the next couple months. But Flame Strotter's got to get Rat of the Year. He's got to get. He's got to and Crash Out of the Year. He's gonna get multiple awards.
Can I digress real quick, man, from the chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Country rap, outlaw stuff ain't too bad. All right, bro. Problem with country rap. Excuse me. Country rap is oversaturated to an underrated market. Country rap has some country, quote unquote, country rappers. They have some ones that are decent, but everybody wants to take all of these other artists and try to put them in the same mix and make it all country rap, like it's helping it, like it's making it better. But really, it's watering it down, man. And so the country rap that is decent is not even heard, because after you heard 2, 3, 5 tracks of all this watered down versions of different country rappers, you ain't want to hear no more of it. You know what I mean? Like I could give you some songs of country rappers that are pretty dope. Then I can point you in songs, you'll be like, "What is this?" You know, like I'm considered
Yeah,
I'm
I
considered
think.
a hater in country rap, bro.
I mean, once you're okay, so the only thing country about some of these artists is their tone of voice. Like once you're using 808s and there's no
Well,
live instrumentation, it's like Metro Boomin did the beat, bro. So it's hip hop.
well, here's the thing, bro. When they talk about country rap, they're not even necessarily talking about rapping about things that are country.
Is that
Supposedly, what
Sierra chick country rap?
I mean, she she's considered country rap, but she's signed. She basically signed though now. You know what I
To
mean?
a
Like
country rap, like where she got signed to? Atlantic
she got signed in New York. Yeah, somebody.
in New York.
Yeah, I forget.
Well,
I,
she's good.
I,
She sounds like Glorilla is the reason she got
a
signed.
lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. She can rip it up though. She really can. I'm not like a fan, but she. I mean, for a female country rap artist, she be doing a thing, bro. But
She made one, but she made Bucky's. That was like her only country rap song. Like she started off doing like
well,
freestyles
she
on
got that.
TikTok.
She got that. That you take the country out there, or you take the girl out the country, but not the
Oh,
country out the
okay, yeah, yeah,
girl.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
She got a few different ones, bro. She got Burnett or something like that, or it's something about not taking home to you, the type
Somebody
of
said
chick
she's
you
a
want
meth
to take
head
home to her
Miranda
mother.
Lambert.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I ain't had to judge nobody, bro. Like I ain't had to judge nobody. You know what I mean? Like that ain't on me. I'm just talking about music. But yeah, man. Like country rap is supposed to be about morals, about standing your ground, about being who you are, being a man of your word. Like it ain't necessarily you gonna rap about John Deere's and side by sides every dang song. Like it's more of like the word I like to use in the ethos. Like it's supposed to stand for something, and which is sometimes hard to believe with all the drama that be going on in that. It's just, hey, each their own, man. Like
We got
people are not gonna
Canadians
get
that
me
are doing
wrong,
country rap now, bro. Come on now.
bro. You act like that's new.
Come on, man.
That's one of the biggest selling cats, and I mean, he ain't. But like, what country stuff does he rap about, right? So like, but yet you call him country rapper.
But he's doing American
Yeah,
country
he's
rap.
doing like Best Believe, which Best Believe can be a great lyricist. He can be a great artist, bro. But it's the super politic rap. Like even Adam Calhoun does that sometimes. And like, I mean, I love my country, bro, but every song ain't got to be that. That's what like old boy that I ain't like from 4G Blow. That like he was on that Trump bandwagon, that MAGA movement and all that, bro. Like
Yeah, it's too
he
much for
got
me,
paid.
man.
He got paid for a minute, dog, but ain't nobody talked about him in at least 6 months now. I think this is the first time he been brought up in forever, dog.
That music's dangerous.
It can be, I guess.
It's equivalent to drill rap in a nasty way. They're pushing a lot of nasty stuff on white youth.
Well, bro, there's an agenda being ran every direction. Like, if we get into stuff like that, we go all night, man. Agenda being ran every direction. Like, I don't even want to get into
My
it, man.
perspective, Corrupt, and I don't know, bro. This is the way I look at it, but country rap is dead, bro. And I don't know if Blue could see it too, but like without Upchurch and Alan Calhoun, y'all ain't shit, bro. Y'all a
Bro,
bunch of just
you
people
don't
on
know about
fucking.
Jesse Howard and Outlaw Nation? You don't know about the Lags? You don't know about Trailer Made?
And that's bad. That's not good. I don't know about them. That means they're not relevant. They're not getting out to the where they're on World Star. Dude,
that
Upchurch gets on World Star. Fucking Adam
means
is
that
freestyling, bro. Adam is
it
freestyling over fucking legendary beats and shit. They're making themselves relevant, bro. These
yeah,
other
and
people, bro.
Adam ain't did nothing in 6 months, bro. He said I left
You talking
this
about? He just put
lane
out
6 months.
7 songs in a week.
He said in that second one he dropped, he said, I left this genre 6 months. And this is what y'all do with it. And he said something about the king is back. But anyway, listen, but that goes back
I
to
agree
the
with him. I think
original
he is.
problem,
I think he is the king.
It goes back to the original problem. Everybody wants to hype up rappers that are not good. Like, bro, not every country rapper is good. Y'all need to quit. Quit putting fire emojis on every song that anybody drops, bro. It's not. Y'all call me a hater for it over there in country rap. I'm not a hater. I'm just trying to tell you, work on your craft better, bro, and quit promoting people that are underdeserved to be promoted. Promote the ones that do the work and show it on wax. Like, and that's part of the problem, though. Like, there's people that are getting so much playtime, like they get a little fan base, and then it's like, oh, everybody's gonna give them fire emojis, bro, and it is
Trailer
not
Gang is
hot.
trash, bro.
Who?
The YouTubers surrounding fucking country rap is trash. Trailer Gang is trash. There's nothing exciting
Trailer
about
Made?
anything. I'm not getting excited about this topic. Like, I'm ready to.
Trailer Made? You say Trailer Made is trash?
Trailer Gay Gang, whatever the fuck their name is, they're
Trailer Made.
trash.
So you talking about Hard Target and Simple Man?
The production's good, but the fucking the
There
corny
we
ass
go, bro.
fucking
Simple Man will rip a motherfucker up, bro. I don't care about it. Simple Man is a rapper, bro.
Yeah, no, I think he's an MC. Simple Man's an MC. Just in general, I'm not excited about anything he's putting out, and that's a problem.
Well,
I'm not
because
excited
that's
about. I'm not
oversaturated
excited about
too.
this topic. I think it's a trash ass topic, bro. Think we need to move
I
on.
mean, yeah, it's whatever, bro. I don't love it, but
Let's talk about
that Ryan
YouTube drama.
Upchurch stuff ain't it.
Let's talk about YouTube drama or something, bro. I'm just playing. I'm just tired in general, bro. I'm trying to think about what
YouTube
would be
drama.
good.
Just call it, bro. I'm out. Shoot, I thought the live was over when I came up. To be honest,
Pinot jumpsuit. You still going with jumpsuit winning this?
I ain't never say either one of them winning it. That wasn't the question I was asked. I don't know, bro. I'm not really decided, honestly, bro. Like,
That's another thing, dude. They're doing a horrible job of promoting this fight, bro.
it should be promoted a lot better, for sure.
It's like, what do they're waiting for me to promote it or something. Fuck, dude.
But they got like their fan base is like equal. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I have seen.
No, it's definitely not equal. Jumpsuit has a bro.
Yeah, I've seen some other things. Yes, I'm just saying
Jumpsuit
it
is
differently.
winning the vote.
I'm just saying it differently. Yes, I've seen some other things, but I know they have a lot of shared people that like both of them.
Oh yeah, there's people mutual, but that don't even matter. It's like they need to promote the fight. They should be going. They could, if they agreed to do this, they need to take it to the max of going at each other. They got to go at each other. Now, we're not believing this.
There's something Chicano Tube did right, bro, and I mean, he did a number of things right, but having them sign on the contract that they're gonna post at least weekly, like a workout or like three workouts a week or with shorts or whatever, like I mean, that's a good idea because like, folk, that's a promotion in itself, and it shows that the person's taking it seriously to some form, I guess.
Yeah, you
So
got both sides saying that they don't want to show each other fighting, though. They don't want to give anything away. I mean, it's smack boxing at the end of the day. Like, what are you going to show me when you're hitting the bag with gloves that I'm going to use in a smack boxing fight?
bro,
I
if
mean,
I'm
smack.
practicing for a smack fighting, I'm not using gloves, bro. Like I'm gonna use what I'm gonna use when I'm gonna be in the ring. Like I'm gonna
But
practice
they
for
don't have the
that.
equipment.
Okay, then I'm
Like
gonna use the mitts.
you're going to use the mitts. Yeah.
Yeah, like or I'm gonna use nothing. You know what I mean? Like just do it like we did when we were kids. Like
I'm gonna
I
stand there.
used
If I
to.
was Pino in jumpsuit, I would train in a way where I'm getting hit as many times as I can by that glove to see how much I could take.
I would if I was Pino. If I was jumpsuit, I would be getting about a 6-minute cardio of straight 6 minutes nonstop going.
Yeah, they got to promote it better. It's like I got to make a hype video for them or something.
I don't know, bro. I gotta go to bed though.
Yeah, me too, man. YouTube streets, we out, man. Blue, we out. New Age plug, you did it again.
You already know what it
El
is.
Plaga, Scandalous Squad. We out. YouTube streets. Peace.
YouTube streets. You did it again.